All right, everybody, welcome into the Couch Potato Sports Show. It is me, Sonny Clark, along with that guy. I actually brought him in here just a little bit too early, but we'll do. Yeah, we'll introduce him. It's just what he does best, right? Yeah. By the way, when you sock that guy in the mouth, that's pretty funny. So. Good morning, Trey Mack. How you doing? All right, drinking. He knows it's going to be a long 3 hours.
What?
How you doing, man?
I'm pissed.
Yeah, I know. I heard it didn't go so well for you last night with you and the network. What was up?
I don't want to talk about it.
Don't want to talk about it. Your heart's broken. I understand. Hey, we all have days like that. I had that Thursday and Friday, so there you go.
Listen, I don't know what's worse. Having to deal with what I dealt with last night at the network, we're sitting through a minute and a half of an intro of you leading into this damn show. So
well, hey.
My time, sir.
Well, you know, that's just the...
Watch Offshoots TV. Our intro lasts 20 seconds. Why?
Which, by the way,
was you.
Who made that?
Yeah,
Who made that? Yeah, that's
but
right.
You make a minute and a half intro for your show, and yet
they need a minute of anticipation, and then the 30 seconds for the real intro. You know, that's what it is. This is the Couch Potato Sports Show. Okay, we're on a different level.
Why don't you do like a Royal Rumble type countdown from 10?
I actually had that at one point to do it, but
go back to it.
Yeah, well. Well, maybe. It just depends on how lazy I am.
To make your show better, and
is that what it is?
I'm just trying to offer constructive criticism, sir. You can take it or you can leave it. Boy, I got a lot of that going on right now.
Well, I never really took too much constructive criticism because I don't give a shit. But
trying to tell you, dude. So, Sonny, why don't you go like this? No, I'm fine doing how I want to do it. Okay.
That's right. I mean, we've been doing it for 14 years for a reason because we do it my way, you know. Yeah, so, you know.
Yes, I'm proud of you, sir.
Yeah. you know. Anyway, good morning, Trey Mack. We are here on the premiere. It's the premiere of the 14th going into the 15th year of the Couch Potato Sports Show. You know, do we start with football season? At the end of football season, we'll hit our 15th year. So exciting stuff here. You have been going on a long time on the with the Podfather radio network. The offshoots, yeah, offshoots. You've been 9 years?
Get your facts together, okay?
9 years?
9 years. The Offshoots brand has been out there. It started off as an audio podcast. And
right, ours did too.
Yeah, and then a couple of years ago, me and Michael decided to take a video. We were really afraid of doing that because essentially who wants to see us? Mainly who wants to see Mike, really. I mean, But no, we did that, and we've incorporated quite a few people on our show. We got Tommy Two Wheels. We got Billy Hills from Missouri. We got.
Oh yeah, I seen him. I like him, by the way. I go back. I like his input on your show.
Well, the cool thing about him is he started off as an interviewer. He's my second interview I ever did as a wrestling podcast, and we just clicked. We've never physically met each other. We had a chance a few weeks ago. He had a softball tournament up here in Oklahoma City, and I'm like right near it. But he didn't know I was.
You're only 45 minutes away from OKC, aren't you?
About an hour and a half.
Hour and a half? Okay.
But,
that's a long time in the middle of traffic. You know about traffic yesterday.
Listen, we're not going to speak of traffic, okay? Traffic was a mother effer yesterday, and we don't need to hear that crap. Let me tell you something. The city of Gainesville, folks, when I become president, I'm going to shoot a rule saying if there's any construction on a major highway, it has to be done at night, not during the day, not on a Saturday, for Christ's sakes. Let me tell you something. Do you think Jerry Jones would tell the city of Arlington to not have road construction on football Sundays?
What?
Right. So he's not going to do that. Okay? So when I become president, a few things I want to do. When I become president, I'm going to do it with daylight savings time. So you're welcome. I'm going to institute the 5-day weekend.
Okay.
And of course, I will make every month 30 days. So Black History Month is not the shortest month of the year. And of course, I'm gonna make sure that road construction takes place at night.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's better than what we've had lately. So
yeah.
There you go.
Took you 4 hours to get from Oklahoma to here. Yeah, I would guess.
God.
Jesus. Yeah.
It didn't take me as long to get back, but man, 6:35 is a mother effort at night.
Oh, hey, listen, I'd never go on the 6:35 Monday through Friday, and or there's construction on the weekend. It's the worst fucking highway.
They have the road cut off from I want to say from Walnut Hill to Jupiter or something like that. But whatever it was cut off pretty bad. And they had us diverting our way. And it took like almost an hour just to get from when you enter the highway to the exit. So,
yeah.
And I am dead tired. I am leaving the show. I am dead tired. I've been going hard since about 8 a.m. And I'm just trying to struggle to get home.
This stinks! This is total BS!
And my inspiration is when I pass my workplace, Windstar, I'm like, okay, I've got 29 miles to go. So
is that how far you're away from? You're 29 miles away from your work.
I'm 30 miles in, 30 miles back. So 60 miles. So when my job decided to hit me up and say, "Hey, we're going to take away your 3-day week and make you work 4 days," and we just added
120 miles. I did them fast.
Yeah. And the thing is, and we might have to lower your pay down to the second shift rate because of the pay differential. I'm like, no. You're
really?
not forcing me to take an extra day of work, pay me less, and have me no. So I could just see Trey Mack and his managers.
I'm smarter than that son.
Listen. So I have a reason to be drinking early, okay?
There you go. Have a good one, and in the meantime, at the but
one down, another one to go.
There you go. By the way, those no one knows, and actually no one cares. We've been off for a while. We've been off, getting ready for the premiere, and mainly I've just been too freaking tired to do the show, and I've been staring off into space. Feel really good today. So, and plus, it is the premiere as we're going to be talking AFC and NFC East. What do you want?
Offshoots TV never takes a day off, sir.
Yeah, I know. Hey, but
I mean,
it's me.
Which, by the way, you can catch us every Thursday night, 9 p.m. on Facebook
Absolutely.
and on YouTube. And we had SummerSlam this past weekend. We're going to talk about that. I was watching that before we got on here today.
By the way, I don't know how much because you had the TV on when we were kind of just briefly talking before the show. That women's match was absolutely horrible. I'm glad it ended the way it did.
Which one?
Because the women's match with Asuka, Charlotte Flair.
I like that a lot better than Ronda Rousey and Shayna Baszler.
Well, I think one of them, Baszler got hurt, and that kind of screwed up everything. I think it was an actual real injury.
No, the thing is, both of them can't work. No, I had no problem with the women's match. I'm glad that Io Sky won the title when she cashed in.
Me too.
I do like that because Bianca Belair winning the title after she got hurt was kind of cool. Then again, you kind of Rey Mysterio her and let her lose the title in the second.
Yes.
I haven't gotten to the main event yet, so I know who won, but
I won't blow it for you. I'm not that kind of guy. I won't do that to you. It's not nice.
Yeah, I think I was somewhere in between the. I'm not sure where I was at when I turned it off, but there
were a lot of obvious misses in that show last night. I'm telling you right now, if I notice them.
Okay, well, first of all, let me say this. Logan Paul has no business being this good this too soon.
I was going to say, don't you criticize that guy. That guy
no.
He's got the goods.
He gets it.
Yes.
He knows what this is. Ricochet was a great opponent for him. I'm not a big Ricochet fan because of all the flippity-flop bullshit, but
yes.
they're both
got to get his flips in.
I mean, I saw that match, and I'm sitting there going, wow, they just replaced Dolph Ziggler. Way to go. So, I thought that was a really good match from what I've seen. Cody and Brock 3, I thought was great.
I thought it was really good.
I mean, and
although halfway through the match, I don't know if you were like me, you knew exactly where that was going.
Well, I know what was going to happen before I started watching the match, but to watch, I mean, you gave Cody a chance to show how gritty he was and how he has that no give up spirit, which you need to see. You had Brock playing with him, which I thought was great. Hey, Mario's going to be on.
That's Cuervo.
I don't know who he is. I know who Cuervo is. But as far as that match, the fact that Brock Lesnar shook his hand and raised his hand. Now he was raising the injured arm. I saw that. That was kind of
right.
Cool. But
yes,
it was kind of a shock, but kind of a nice. I mean, who's he ever done that for? Nobody.
I was thinking the same thing as I was watching it.
We finally get to see Brock Lesnar give back. I think that's kind of cool. So I mean, look, from what I've seen, it's a good show. It's it's SummerSlam. It's their second biggest show of the year. So it's not going to be WrestleMania, but I mean.
Well, it's just like Undertaker get turning it over to Brock. I mean, when they did that thing in Louisiana where he lost his first WrestleMania match, So, you give him back to the guys that are coming along. And as much as people may or may not like Cody, mostly may not, but what he has done for wrestling in the past 7 years, just kind of you may not be a fan of the AEW brand, but there's another brand that's actually maybe trying to stand up to WWE, even though it really isn't. But there is still another outlet, for you to watch something else, and it's a pretty good product in reality.
But let's be honest, Triple H is right when he says that's a secondary promotion because there's just one major promotion, and that's WWE. Because they have the lineage, the history, all that stuff. Well,
yeah.
I mean, NWA can sit there and go that, well, they are too, but where can you find them? YouTube? So, I mean, that's all well and good. Here's the thing. AEW, if you win the AEW Heavyweight Championship, it's not the same as winning the WWE Championship.
Well, I agree with that because, I mean, how many times did What's-His-Nose win it? The Luna I can't even say the word. Lunatic Fringe won it. It's under a different name now. Huh?
You thought I was wrong. Okay. And, I don't remember all that. But look, all I know is that
Dean Ambrose.
Okay, well, he's an idiot. Listen, to win the World Heavyweight Championship at WrestleMania, there's no bigger thing. I don't care.
Fully agree.
All in, all that other shit they do at AEW, that's all well and good. They're forcing their own brand. They're doing their own thing. But Tony Khan needs to put down the cocaine and realize that he has to know his role. His role is to build up a promotion and quit letting the people who he works with undermine his authority.
Absolutely.
And until he does that, I'm not going to take that company serious.
Well,
I mean, when the inmates run the asylum, I don't care. I didn't care in WCW, and I don't care now.
Yeah, and that's where he gets in there. Now, let's be honest. Chris Jericho is pretty much running that promotion. Let's just be honest.
Fine.
I mean,
then get it out of the ring.
Well, see, and
don't wear both
there's
hats.
some. I think you're right. I think there's a time and a place where. And by the way, that guy's getting ancient. I mean, not to insult the guy, but it's time to bring on the new blood, and that's what AEW needs to do. They need to generate their own superstars instead of bringing them from somewhere else. When they're capable of doing that, they might be able to match wits with the WWE right now. And they need to take some of those guys out of Major League Wrestling. I love that promotion. I love those guys. They're new, they're fresh, and they're exciting.
But here's the thing, though, and I mean this in all sincerity. AEW does not get the best out of the character as, say, WWE can. Because WWE has a system in place that can do that.
Yes.
Now, AEW can bring in the greatest athletes in the world. That's not a problem. You can bring in guys who can wrestle. You can bring in guys who can, do phenomenal things in the ring. But you have to have charisma. You have to entertain. You have to connect with the crowd. That is not just there. That is everywhere in pro wrestling. WWE gets that. WWE connects with their crowd. Unlike anything I've ever seen. And better now.
It's the characters.
And here's the thing. They're doing it better now than they were 10 years ago. That just tells you where
fully
they're
agree.
at. And, back in the 80s, you had one guy doing all that. Now you have a roster full of that one guy.
Yes.
And that's incredible. Now, times are different. I understand that. AEW is more, they have so much infighting behind the scenes. No one can get on the same freaking page. And the promoter, the guy who's signing the checks, the guy who's running these little shitty scrum press conferences where he says absolutely nothing, he needs to put down the crack and realize that in order for his promotion to succeed, he's got to put the right people in place. And I'm sorry,
without question,
having Dean Ambrose or John Moxley, whatever the hell his name is, bleed all over your TV every single week is not entertaining.
I agree. Fully agree.
Now,
it's sometimes it's hard to watch. Sometimes I even wait after 20 minutes to watch AEW because I'm not interested in the talk in reality until I get more vested in the characters. And in reality, that's what WWE does to get you invested in the character, and you want to hear what they want to say.
Listen, I'm not a big fan of scripted promos. I think that comes across very generic and that's very unbelievable. But WWE does that with people who can talk, and they can come across as believable, and it works for them now more so now than it did then. AEW is here's your plot points, make it work.
Yep.
Which is an old school way of doing it, but no one's trained to do that these days. No one cuts a promo on the independent scene, really.
Yep. No, not really.
I think the only person
when they do it, it's on their own Facebook page.
I got news for you. The only person who cut a promo last night was me. Last night, I was at Sword Championship Wrestling, and my guy Eliza went into the ring, and what they thought was going to be a scheduled Junior Heavyweight Championship match. But the ring announcer didn't know that, so I grabbed the microphone and said, No. Contracts are not signed on time. So we have a non-title match. He can have a little match all he wants. This is not for the title.
Yeah.
Shut all that crap down. But once again, made the crowd sit and go, oh, he's smart. He's smart. Because that you have to connect that way. And look, it's a problem not just in the AEW or even WWE for that matter. It's all over. And until you connect with your audience, you ain't going to draw. You ain't going to do shit.
Don't matter how well you wrestle.
And guess what? The 50 people that show up to your show, the same 50 people that show up to the next show. And that'll be it. No more, no less.
Look at Ryzen. I mean, I'm telling you right now, if these young guys watched Ryzen and took off a little bit of what this guy has done, they can make themselves that much better. I'm just telling you, I watched Ryzen even before I met you in the independent circuit.
Right, but understand this about Ryzen. Ryzen's a traveling wrestler, okay?
Absolutely.
He is meant to come in there and make your talent look good. He is not meant to be stationary at a promotion and let that promotion run through him. That's the difference. Now, when you're on independent scene and you're having guys run, because, you know, a lot of places, that's going to be the highest goal they got, is where they're at.
But also, Ryzen, though, he goes in for that one time, and he pretty much dominates the actual promotion for the time that he's there, because he's just that much better than most of the guys that are in the independent circuit.
Yeah, but he's also had a lot of training outside of his comfort zone. And that's the thing. A lot of guys are stuck where they're at because.
Well, okay, I get what you're saying there. I get what you're saying.
So, I mean, look. I was trained by Chris Adams, and I can tell you what I learned. Absolutely nothing. He basically, and this is how easy kids have it these days. Most promotions that are running a wrestling school have a payment plan. Make your payments on time, get your training, whatever. You have the potential to train 5 to 6 days a week. They're doing it twice. Okay? When I went to the Chris Adams Wrestling School, paid $1,500 up front. Okay, these are the days we're running the school. Either you be there or you don't. It don't matter. We got your money. I don't care.
And
you go there, and he Hindu squats you to death. He makes you run the ropes until you throw up. Then after you're done throwing up, then he has you do a few little moves to learn how to bounce off the ring mat. After that, that's all he ever trained you to do. It was never about how to carry a match, how to have any wrestling philosophy. I had to learn all that on the fly, and that was my problem back in the day. Was the fact that guys back then weren't willing to share that shit. People back then weren't worried about it. Remember, I came into pro wrestling right around the steroid era. I mean, when that was going through the entire court system, and all of a sudden steroids should be banned through all sports. But here's the thing: if Sylvester Stallone can take steroids, why can't professional wrestlers? It's not a sport.
Yeah.
I mean, it's as entertaining as a movie. So why are you hampering us and not hampering them in Hollywood? So I'm not saying that you should go out and buy steroids. I'm just saying that promoters look for a look. Nowadays, you look at professional wrestlers, it's your next door neighbor that you would never assume to be a pro wrestler.
Absolutely.
And I mean, I talked to James Beard about that on my show. I'm like, what do you think about that? He's like, it's very weird. It's very weird because you look at a guy like Tim Storm. Tim Storm is 50 years old. He still looks like a pro wrestler. He's got that whole. So David, he's got that whole. I call the Nick Bockwinkel aspect about him. You know.
Yes.
And I remember I told him that. He was saying, "That's really you really think too highly of me there." I'm like, no, it's how you carry yourself. You look the part. You know, even if you're not big old roided up Hulk Hogan or whatever else, at least you look the part. So, you know, kudos to him for that. You know, and there's a lot of guys out there nowadays that, you know, they just, you know, you can be super athletic, but the charisma is what gets you through, baby. You got to have charisma. If you don't have charisma, who gives a shit?
Do you know David?
David Burns?
Yeah, do you know him?
Not in particular.
Oh, I'm just asking if you knew who he was.
Hi, David.
You know, so.
How you doing?
Hey, yeah, be nice. At least say hi. You know.
Yeah, I did.
Welcome to the show.
Yeah, David. I mean,
it was good.
I mean, from what I've seen so far today, it looks like it was a really good show. And once again,
it has been.
I'm not expecting WrestleMania, and I'm so glad SummerSlam was not 2 days a week. But you know.
Well, here my only thing is that there were a couple of matches that you seen what they were doing, and I hate that as a wrestling fan. I don't want to know what they're going to do next, but you see how they're setting it up, and you're like, oh, geez. I think it was just a slap in the face that you knew what was coming next, and I don't like that.
You know what, though?
Outside of that, I thought it was a good show.
But here's the problem. This is how professional wrestling fans are. If they don't get what they want, they get so pissed. They don't get what they thought they were supposed to get. But then when they get what they thought they were going to get, they get all pissy about it and go, well, we knew that was going to happen. So we can't make you happy, all right? So if we can't make you happy as the WWE or AEW, whoever else, then what's going to make you happy? How toxic is your life to where you can't just enjoy the freaking product?
I fully agree. I fully agree.
And you know what? And it's not just pro wrestling. It's the NFL. It's Major League Baseball.
It's the NBA. Everything else.
It's everywhere. I mean, Major League Baseball has gone through the trade deadline. The Texas Rangers loaded up a lot of guys that are going to really be helpful.
Good pitching, by the way.
Yeah, they do. But no,
whatever you say. Playoffs are about pitching. I don't give a rat's fat ass what you got on as far as if you don't have pitching, you don't win. And Texas realized that, and they went out and got. What did they get? Verlander?
No. It was
the other dude. The other dude.
Yeah.
I forget his name. But Schwartzer, whatever his name is, he's a badass. He's a badass.
He's. Yeah, I mean, he was better 4 years ago, clearly. But but he's what they don't have, and now he has them now. And I think they moved Martin Perez to the bullpen now, which he needs to do because he's people figured him out right now, so he's gonna find another pitch. Yeah. So I think the bullpen will help him out. And once again, they got the bats. They've got the freaking bats.
There's no question they got the bats, but the bats have never really won. The pitching is what does it because Well,
if you remember when the Rangers went to the World Series those 2 years, their pitching was decent. It wasn't great. Their hitting was spot on with Josh Hamilton and people around. They built up around him. It was spot on. Now, it wasn't enough to get over the hump those 2 years, but, once again, you're in the World Series. That
was when Washington was running them, right? Wasn't Washington running them? And listen, I say whatever you want about Washington. I think that guy got it. I think he understood. I think he knew how to talk to his guys and actually get these guys to buy into what he was selling. And that's hard to do, especially with the young folks of today.
With the Ranger manager now, he's on the same path.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing, he's won. He's won before, so he can win again.
Yeah, absolutely.
And unlike McCarthy for the Cowboys, who, had the right person at the helm doing that at the time when he won with the Packers, but, unfortunately, we're not there yet. So,
well, that being said, you talk about what has been going on in sports. Okay, we haven't been on. We were on one week out of the last 5 or 6.
Yeah,
and there's been a lot of sports.
You're not showing any dedication to your craft, sir. I have to tell you.
No, well, I'm showing dedicated to my mental status. I just needed to zone out. That being said, I know no one cares about old Sonny.
They pay to see you, sir. Your sponsors care about you. Your sponsors care about you, jackass.
Hey, it is what it is. That being said, lots of things that happened, and while we weren't on air, and this was one that shocked me. Okay, this is the one that shocked me. LaMelo Ball. Okay, signed a 5-year, $260 million max extension and it's the second largest in NBA history. And I'm asking myself, listen, I don't keep up with basketball, okay? Unless it slaps you in the face. Okay, this is the only time this dude has slapped me in the face. I don't know what he's done to earn this contract, okay? What I look at as far as this guy is concerned based upon talent and what he does out on the court and what I've read and not obviously seen, because one of my things is watch the damn game. Haven't been able to watch the damn game with this guy, but I will just say I haven't heard or seen where he's above any of the top 10 in basketball. Then all of a sudden this guy signs the second highest contract in NBA history. It's amazing to me.
You know what it is? He's Charlotte.
No, I don't.
he's the Charlotte Hornets' only weapon.
That's true.
So you have to pay your weapon to build other weapons around him.
Sort of like the Damian Lillard, and now they're trying to get rid of him. They signed him to that max contract about 4 years ago.
I mean, it's like with the Mavericks. You have to pay Luka because he's going to be your guy. But you got guys around Luka to make that work because Luka can't do it all by himself. So,
absolutely. But I wouldn't want him to be that guy. I think that's what I'm saying. If I'm a Charlotte Hornets guy, I think I'm going to get somebody else more so than the joke of the league.
it doesn't help that LaMelo, what ball is his name? It doesn't help that his dad is a jackass. Okay.
Absolutely, it hurts him.
His dad has done more to hurt him than anything else, and hurt whatever prestige he can bring to the league. Because if you're always going to be compared by your dad to LeBron James, Michael Jordan, everybody else.
He's not even compared to his brother. He's going way past his brother who played for the Lakers and wasn't worth 2 cents.
So if you're being compared by all that by your father and you're not living up to those expectations, then all you have to go at that point is your money.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
and he got a lot of it.
Yeah, he got a lot of it.
He got a lot of it.
But now here's the thing about the NBA though. It's not guaranteed. They don't
oh no, sir. No, sir. You are mistaken. Every penny of that contract that he is signing is going into his pocket. So yeah, every single one. The baseball and the NBA are guaranteed contracts on what they sign, and that's the bad thing for the Hornets, because let's say he doesn't live up to expectations. Who's going to pay that money? And that's what has me confused about them saying
the line forms to the left. Unfortunately, you will find somebody out there. You'll find more than one team out there, because there's always a team or 2 or 5 or 10 that are
make excuses for him not to lift the team higher where it needs to go.
No. They're desperate to bring attention to their stadium.
Okay. All right.
Remember, owners only care if they can fill their stadiums.
Yes.
The NBA is like Major League Baseball. They play a long season and they don't draw a whole lot of money until the playoffs.
Well, there are a lot of NFL teams that do that think that too. They're going to get their money anyway, so why spend the money on the players? And you have seen the success they have not had because they won't do that. But
hockey and basketball and baseball do not make their money primarily through the season, because they're shelling out more money than they're bringing in. Because you look at a Major League Baseball game on a Wednesday afternoon. How packed are they?
Well, exactly, because people work. So, Bill Cerna is there. He's doing his 30 for 30, by the way. He's going to 30 stadiums in 30 days. He did a double header the other day. Holy shnikey. He went from Milwaukee to Chicago. I mean, the early game, then to Chicago. Oh, my word. What a guy.
Which Chicago stadium? You go to Wrigley or do you go to the other one?
He went to Wrigley. He went to Wrigley. And he's going to be back for the White Sox one, I think, later on this month. So he'll be back in Chicago.
I always say, if I won the lottery, let's say I won $100 million. Which could happen.
I didn't. I had $20 in the bank.
I got news for you. Lesser people have won more than I have. So, I'm just saying. So I'm saying, let's say I won $100 million. For 1 year, I want to go see Ranger Road games. So I can say I've seen the Rangers play in Yankee Stadium, Fenway Park, and whatever park that would be, whatever, and do it for a year. So I can catch all the sites. So I can catch other stadiums too. So I'm not just seeing the Rangers. I'm seeing other stadiums for 1 year. Then the next year, if I want to do the traveling thing, I might do college football. That'd be a lot of fun.
There you go.
I don't care about the NFL going to the stadiums. They overcharge for parking. I don't give a shit about that. But then that plan is retire to the Myrtle Beach. You'll never hear from me again. So unless I'm here on this show on a Sunday because I have money, but
that's why you're here. You're broke and you don't have anything else to do.
If I won the lottery, Abby says, "Yeah, Sonny, how's it going over there? How's that green screen going?"
I'd love to come on. I'd love to come on, but and speaking of the come on.
Oh, you didn't know? Your ass better call somebody.
Here, oh my word. The fine co-host of this program, Cuervo. How you doing, my friend? Good to see you.
I'm good, Sonny. Can you hear me all right?
I hear for the first time when you first come on. I hear you fantastic. Hey, there's the sneeze. I heard that one too. So good. How you doing?
Good.
Yeah, shut up. See, he's been messing with me all morning. The problem is he had the outside noise, and I know he's full of crap. So there he is. It's Trey Mack. Yeah, he's saying a lot of things that he doesn't want to talk to.
I've been drinking early, so I can't help it.
Yeah, see, drinking early, definitely. So, hey, nothing wrong with an adult beverage afternoon on a Sunday. You know, that's so. It's kind of early, but kind of not. Kind of early.
Hey, listen.
Yeah,
nothing
wrong with that.
Every Sunday for so many years, my mom would wake up on a Sunday morning, get herself a Bloody Mary, and that'd start her day. So,
oh God. Unbelievable. Yeah, me and Cuervo sucking on coffee and everything this morning. By the way, Cuervo, I don't know if you've seen it. I know you were logged in, but I don't know. Where's my cursor? Where's my cursor? Oh, there it is. Look at this. Is this amazing? Have you seen this? I mean, this is when we were off air. We've been up for about a month, you know, getting ready for today. But this is some of the news that happened while we were gone. And listen, I LaMelo. 5-year 20. Hey, congratulations on getting money. But what does that say about the Hornets and where they are as a franchise in reality when you're signing this guy instead of maybe going out and getting a guy that you could sign for that amount of money? Something's missing, at least as far as I'm concerned. When I look at this signing for the Hornets, it was the wrong guy to pay that kind of money to, and you could have got anybody else in reality. I don't know. What do you think about this signing for the Hornets?
Yeah, Sonny. I mean, it just tells me that they kind of don't give a damn right now. I mean, they're going to be going through new ownership, and I guess in their mind, this is like, oh, let's sign, you know, this kid and get Hornets fans excited. You know, all
he's a
5,000 of them or whatever, right? But the problem is, does LaMelo Ball, is that really a guy that you can sell tickets with?
That's what I was saying.
Yeah. So
if you put the right pieces around him, you could. You put the right pieces around him, you could. The thing is, they're going to suck for a long time, and that 5-year contract's going to eat itself up really quick. He'll make all the money he can. Then by about year 4, year 5, he out there. And in the meantime, the Hornets are sitting there trying to build players around him. But he ain't gonna give a shit because he's seen that there's no leadership with the team itself. He's gonna go back to the Lakers. He's gonna go somewhere else.
Right.
It's NBA. They pick and choose where they want to go. You know how this works.
Yeah. I mean,
but when have the Hornets ever done something based upon what they could do with what they got? I mean, we've only seen examples of that for the last 15 to 20 years out of the Hornets franchise, that they couldn't do anything with what they had. In reality, if you call it what they had some big names roll through Charlotte, just not being able to get the community and the fans involved with them enough to put asses in seats. And we all know that's what it's
Michael
about.
Jordan running the team, and they
No. Yeah. Oh, yeah. He was the Hornets. That's right. He had the Hornets. But yeah, he's gone. So there you go. But big time stuff. Now, that being said, say again.
No, I was going to say, last time the Hornets have ever been good was when they were in New Orleans, and they had a young Chris Paul on the team.
Yeah,
that was a long time ago.
That was a long time ago. Yeah, no one cares. Absolutely. Now, that being said, of course, that's the name of the show. Catch it at 9 to noon starting week 1 of the NFL. Not preseason, but week number 1. We're on from 9 to noon. We take you up the kickoff, sometimes afterwards, just because we won't shut up. As Cuervo's wife will say, will you just get your ass off the show? Anyway, how many times has he heard that? I know I've heard it. But anyway.
Cuervo, you take a page out of me and Sonny. We got away from our wives. We got our own separate place.
Well, wait. He's newly married, so that's not going to happen.
I mean, Sonny moved across the street from his wife. I moved to a different state. Okay.
Anyway. All right. Let's get serious.
You want to enjoy my space? Come on now.
Anyway. All right. It is the time. This is what we do. This is the premiere, and this is what we do. We start from now. We go to February each and every week. In case Cuervo's out, he'll send me the pic. By the way, for folks that want to get involved and they want to do it now, I don't want no half-ass people that they'll give up in week 15 because they know they won't win. Listen, I've been at the bottom of that for the last 3 years now, okay? I used to be at the top. Now I'm at the bottom. But every week I do my picks. So if you want to do it, You got to do it. And this is right here. Take a look at it. On Sundays, check it out. You want to make a picks? You want to do it? Show your enthusiasm of the sports and your team and your sustainability right here. Now, that also being said, we have got to figure out how to dethrone Tarvin. This guy's won it 2 years in a row. Which, by the way, mine, your trophy's coming soon. That being said, it's the bragging rights pick'em game. And we do this now each and every year. Everybody send me your emails, okay? Because here's what I'm not going to do like I've done in the past, which is write down everybody's picks. It takes long, especially when you got, last year we had 13 people within the league. All right, so now I can't do it all. But everybody needs to let the commissioner make the picks. Like Cuervo was out of town, he couldn't get on the internet. I could go in there and make the picks for him and said I had to add 5 to Cuervo's each and every week so everybody knew where they were. So get in there, let me make the picks for you, and then we can do what we are able to do. You just message me. Oh, got your email. Thank you. That's from Trey Mack. By the way, this guy, that guy right there, he did really well last year. He was right at the top 5 for right up to about week 15, 16. I think he finished 7th, I think, but he was right up there. In fact, he had the lead for a couple of weeks as well. So hey man, if Trey can do it, anybody can do it.
Well, I mean, I'll have it on me, but I mean, what was it? 2 years ago, I won our fantasy football league trophy. And then, of course, I went from first to worst all in the span of a year.
That's the way it always happens, man. That's the way it always happens. So, all right. Now, that being said, we're starting with the previews, Cuervo. It is we're starting over in the AFC. And this is kind of how we have done this for the years. I'm going to start off. I'm going to introduce who I think is going to be in last place, and then we'll move up to where, what team that might be at the bottom of that. So that being said, we are going to start over in the wonderful AFC. So the AFC East is where we're headed today. So that being said, this has been an interesting division for the last 3 years. And all you got to do, Cuervo, is go back into the days of Tyrod Taylor, which is the one that really kind of brought them back into where they are right now. He was the stepping stone. It was never the idea of Tyrod Taylor being the guy, because that obviously went away the year after they did it. So now we're seeing a change in the actual division on who's good, who's bad, or in this year's thing, who's expected to be good because of some of the moves that were made, and who is expected. And we've talked about what is the best division of football. Never mind just AFC, but football, as far as where they could end up. We were always going AFC North because of up the bound, except Cleveland. But now when you look at what is maybe the best division in football, it might be this division as far as competition. Not because they have the best talent, but competition within this division. And it changed from what it is. So that being said, when you are looking at this division, Cuervo, what your expectations, are you expecting to see some movement in this division, maybe from first to last, or last to first, or the middle finally making that step forward? What are you thinking about this division in football in general?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think it got a lot more competitive with some of the moves that were made, some of the changes in the division. Amongst some of the teams, well, really all the teams had some changes.
All of them. Yep.
Yeah. So I do expect to see a little bit of shifting with as far as where teams finished last year and where I think they're going to finish this year. So
I think this might be the toughest division to pick, because, like you said, depending on what happened in the offseason, pickups from here last year, pickups from some other teams for a team where maybe they didn't get it all done, and then maybe taking the step forward. So, Trey, I don't know how much you keep up with the AFC or just in football in general. What is your take on maybe the changing of the guards? We already seen that from the Patriots to the Bills this year. Could it be different this year?
Well, I mean, obviously the addition of Aaron Rodgers to the Jets has caused a lot of people to start talking about the Jets. But I still say they're the Jets. So
Yes, me too.
I mean, can Aaron Rodgers handle the New York media? I mean, he could barely handle the Green Bay media. How's he going to handle the New York media?
He can barely handle Sean Payton. I mean, for right now, there's some talk. They're yapping back and forth, and I don't even understand how the whole damn thing started, but it did. But I don't think he's handling that very well.
Look, I think the Jets and the Dolphins are going to beat, or I guess the Dolphins are not. Okay, help me out of here again. Who's in the East again? You got
the Buffalo Bills. You have the Patriots, Dolphins, and Jets. Those are the teams we're going to cover.
Okay, you got the Dolphins and the Jets going to be beating the shit out of each other. You got the Patriots, who are nowhere near what they were 5 years ago.
Right.
And you're going to have the Bills be the elite team in the East because they still have those players.
Interestingly enough. So, that being said, all right. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to start this. AFC, and you stole my thunder. Thank you very much, Trey. But we're seeing the changing of the guard, especially at the head coaching position now. Okay, and listen, I love me some Bill Belichick. I'm telling you right now, I still believe in Bill Belichick. I wonder with the team that I think is going to end up in fourth place, being the Patriots within this division, how this is where Bill Belichick right now is going to have to change the way that he sees his football team going from week to week, because he has to change what I don't know. I'm looking at all these. I don't know if people will think they'll be third or fourth, but I got them actually losing this division. And half of it is twofold. They got two quarterbacks. Okay. Say whatever you want. I mean, Mac Jones is going to be that guy in that be the starter. In reality, they got a pretty good backup, and they could choose to start him if they won that. And so, but really now, Cuervo, when you look at where Bill Belichick has gone from the past to where he is today, and granted, he had the GOAT, now we're seeing what kind of guy that he is now compared to the years past. First year without Brady, they make the playoffs. Congratulations. I thought that was a big feat, but we haven't seen much from him and or the Patriots since their first year without Tom Brady. What is your take when you are taking a look? And do you have them where I have them in last place within the division? I mean, can you even believe we're talking about this?
Yeah, I do too.
Okay, he's on a delay.
What? Look, as cheesy as it sounds, it's like the saying, all the good things come to an end, right? And so, for what the Patriots had for 20 years, more or less, it eventually had to come to an end. Tom Brady got, he was just kind of, in my opinion, he was tired of the Patriot way, and he wanted to end his career, being able to let his hair down, and I don't see anything wrong with that. So now, Belichick is in a position in his coaching career where I think this is going to be the biggest challenge he's ever had, and
I agree.
This includes his time in Cleveland when he first became a head coach.
Yes,
because he got that team moving pretty quickly. I think now at this point, you're talking about a team that not necessarily is rebuilding. But I think there's a lot of adjustments that need to be made, and it's not just Brady. All right, you had Gronk that left the team. You had Julian Edelman that left the team. You had a guy in Dante Hightower that retired, and he was a key piece on that defense.
Absolutely.
If you remember that Super Bowl when the Falcons melted down, Dante Hightower made a lot of big plays he made some big plays on defense during that comeback. And so there's a lot that the Patriots, it's a really, really big transition for them. I know a lot of the focus goes to the quarterback, rightfully so, because that's the league that we're in now. don't forget about all those other things that the New England Patriots, have lost over time. So, I think with making small additions like Devontae Parker and adding Juju at wide receiver, look, they're not big names, but it's kind of like what you were talking about a little while ago. If these guys decide to buy in to what what Bill Belichick is selling and how the New England Patriots operate, that is what makes or breaks that organization. Because
absolutely,
you're either in or you're just not in at all. There's no in between with them. There is no, hey, I'll give it a shot. There, it's either 0 or 100. And so, that being said, that's.
Go ahead, Cuervo. I'm sorry.
No, it's all right. No, I was just saying. That being said, I think that's going to be the biggest question. Is like with what they have on that 53-man roster, are they going to all be in, or are you going to have that 10% that is not going to be all in, which is going to completely it's going to influence whether these guys win 11 games or they win 5 games.
Exactly. And think about this too. If you take a look at New England last year, okay, this was a team that had obviously the greatest coach of all time. Yeah, I just said it. Okay. All right. And then you have probably, if you look at that defense last year, it was so underrated because the offense is not being able to do what it should be able to do. That defense was top, if I'm not mistaken, they were either 7 or 6 on defense. It might even been higher. But they weren't getting anything on the offensive side there, Trey, in order for them to kick in order to win football games or in order to make it into. And listen, as much as we bash Bill O'Brien, right, Cuervo, this is the show. We know how to do it. We're pretty good at it. Just ask Frank Gore. Just ask Frank Gore. We know how to bash somebody. This guy has actually maybe turned that offense a little bit around and finding out what's going on. That's why I think this right here might be the dark horse in this division that might slide up 2 spots, depending on what happens.
See, I think my thing is this, though. You look at the AFC East, I think total team effort, all 3 phases. I hate to sound like Jason Garrett, but that's all 3 phases, right? Who is the one team in this division that has all that covered?
It's only one of them that I know.
I say the Bills.
I was actually going to say Miami.
Miami got hurt though with Jalen Ramsey going out, so
that you're right about, but I'm just saying in general. If 3 phases in this division, I think Miami has it.
I think Miami would have if Ramsey would have stayed healthy and training.
Right.
Now he's out.
I hear you.
So
absolutely. Well, hold on. He's not out for the season in reality.
That's what I heard.
No, here it is. He's expected to miss the start of the regular season. As far as that is concerned, and I was going to bring that in when we start talking about it. But you're right.
He has a torn ACL, right?
They say 6 weeks, which means 8, I think.
Yeah. So let's say he comes back week 3, week 4. I mean, it's still going to be the knee. Still going to be an issue. Now it's going to be getting hit on a regular basis. I mean,
yep. And will they be desperate at that time? 0-4, 1-3.
As someone who's a torn meniscus before, as you know, Sonny, because I was dealing with that sore when we were working together.
Yep.
Then you don't just bounce back from that. And
nope.
I know they've got the best doctors, the best people to deal with the whole thing, but it's a rubber band basically. That's all it is. And once that thing snaps, it's going to be hard to snap it back into place. Yep. So. They
actually go in there and melt each end in reality and put it together, and hopefully it'll stay.
I will say this, though, and this goes for the same for the NFC East as well. The season is not going to be determined in September, okay?
Nope.
Because the first 4 games of September are not going to be the deciding factor of your season. You can go 0-4 and still win the damn division, okay? So
you've been watching a lot of NFC East football.
But it's true though. I mean, because it's who gets hot at the end.
Mm-hmm. Well, look at the Jags last year. They didn't start off very well, and they ended up taking that end of the season and pushing them into the playoffs. So you're right about that. Yeah.
So while it's easy to sit here and get on our high horse about a certain team in August, at the same time, it's all about who gets hot there around November, around December.
I agree.
And hopefully, if you stay at 500, getting to December, and you go on a hot streak in December, you're in the playoffs regardless. So
absolutely.
And at that point, your cold weather teams, your Bills and your Patriots, and even the Jets, they got that advantage over Miami because Miami's going to have to travel. And
this division is full of dark horses. I'm telling you.
You know what? Maybe I'm wrong about this, but the AFC East, there's not one team that has a dome there. Right?
There's not one team that has what?
A dome. Like all their stadiums are outdoor, right?
Oh, dome. You said dome. They're all outdoors. You're right. Yeah.
So weather will play a factor in November and December around that time, and that's where Miami. I don't know if they're built for that right now. I mean, it's early. Once again, I could be wrong, but I hardly ever am. But still, if I am wrong, it is what it is. But as far as the Bills, I mean, the Bills showed a lot of promise last year and kind of fell off at the end. But I think now they got that little. I mean, let's face it, it's a two-team horse in the AFC right now: the Chiefs and the Bills.
Well, you might be right, but at the same time, as far as the Patriots are concerned, take a look what the Patriots have done, right? I mean, you can go back and watch what the Patriots have done in recent years, and it's usually the cornerback position, right, Cuervo? They've had great cornerbacks and get rid of them and just replace them. But, whether it was Stephen Gilmore or J.C. Jackson, this year they got Jonathan Jones that's going to be the guy that's going to have to step in defensively and kind of bring that back to life. If they're going to have that good defense, they need Jonathan Jones to be a guy that can play, or even for that matters, Marcus Jones. So these are the guys that are going to have to hold it up defensively. Offensively, you got a quarterback that's mediocre at best. And by the way, some of the talk that we've been hearing in our chat rooms back and forth, which, by the way, I got you added in on, Trey, and you can add into later. But the fact people talking about Daniel Jones not being in the bottom of the rankings of quarterback, I just sit here and wonder if they actually watch the damn game or at least see what happened from year one to this to a new year with a new coach. So that being said, the Patriots, they've got to take their quarterback position, and they have to take 2 steps up, not just one, because of the division and the adding of Aaron Rodgers within this division. They're in this spot because they don't have a number 1 quarterback where you go, oh, God, we got to worry about that guy. And that's what's going on in New England right now.
Yes, Sonny. Here's the thing, though. How many teams can say they have a premier number 1 franchise quarterback? What, maybe 10 teams?
Well, 3 of them are right there in their own division. If you want to say Tua is premier, and I think I want to. I know people don't want to, but I think I want to, based upon his performance before he got hurt last year.
Well, you're more than welcome to say that, but I don't necessarily agree with it. So, and I would even argue that Aaron Rodgers is
Tua, right?
No. Well, yeah. Aaron Rodgers, Allen, and Tua down in Miami. Now, Mac Jones, where does he come in that list? Where does he come in that list there, Cuervo? Mac Jones, where does he come in? Is he the 4th best in that division? Is he the 3rd best? Just a guess.
I'd say he's the 4th best.
That's where I have him.
You know what? I'm going to say 3rd, and I'm going to tell you the reason why.
Okay.
The reason is because the best ability is availability, and we don't know how available
I get it
is going to be, and that's no fault of him, but it's just unfortunate, his medical history. You don't know if he's going to take a hit week 2, week 1, week 2, week 3, and then he's out for 5 games, and then what value does he bring to the Miami Dolphins? And and it's hard to talk about that, and it's hard to say it. It's a business at the end of the day, and
absolutely,
if he's not available to play, then he's of no use to Miami Dolphins, right? I mean, he can't do anything.
But here's saying, we can say that about every quarterback in the AFC and any team really, because you're just one big hit away from your quarterback being knocked out for 6 games.
Well, absolutely. That's like you said, everyone. But how many actually are able to do it? That like Cuervo said, your best ability is availability in reality.
I use Tua for that example because of his history. We've seen it happen to him. We haven't seen it happen with Josh Allen. I'm not saying it can't happen. Anybody can get hurt on any given play, but I'm just using, based on history, what we do know about Tua, and that is, he contemplated retirement, if I remember correctly. I think that was where he thought about not coming back, and for it to get to that level, that's pretty serious. And so that's why I would put Mac Jones, and that's the only reason. It has nothing to do with talent. It has nothing to do with skill or anything like that, because if I had to choose between those two based on talent and skill and all that, I would take Tua. The only problem with him is you don't know if he's going to wake up one day with migraines and all of a sudden he's not in the lineup. So, dude,
let me tell you something, and I deal with it, okay? And this is because of my years of concussion. Dude, I'll wake up and my head is throbbing, and I suffer to get through the freaking day. And ask my wife. Sometimes she says I walked around the house looking like a zombie. It's such a hard thing to get over and get to the concentration of what you do on a daily basis. This obviously being the quarterback of an NFL football team, me obviously not, but it still affected everything that I've done that I was really good at. And then you might only get 50% of what I do.
You know what though? We also live in a world now where NFL players, they're only lasting 5 years. They get in that first contract, they're done.
Yeah.
So I mean, I'm not saying that these guys are going to do it that way. Especially, obviously, Aaron Rodgers got a lot more years on that. But everybody's one blindside hit away from saying,
"Absolutely,
don't need this. I got my money. I'm good."
Well, we've already seen it. Andrew Luck says, "Sorry, guys." And Andrew Luck was supposed to be the next, Peyton Manning in reality, obviously, and that didn't pan out that way. So you're absolutely one good hit away, and that's a Tua situation that's going on. But so Trey, let me just ask you, because I'm writing it down. Where do you have New England within this division as far as the Patriots are concerned?
Okay, if all things are equal, Andrew's not a part of this entire thing, and everybody can play all 17 games, I got New England number 4.
Okay, very well. New England number 4. And Obi has already chimed in on where he thinks, saying he has the New England Patriots at 4th place in this division as well. We'll get everybody else's take up on that division when they send it in. And good to see Anthony Price has checked in. By the way, Anthony, I need you to send me your email so we can get you back in to, if you want to do the pick'em this year, we'll get you all set and get you in there. So he was a big part of that last year. He actually did pretty well. Everybody did better than me, though. I sucked it up, but I can't say I'm going to win it, but I am not. My goal is to be within the top 5 this year of the picks. That's my goal. I'd love to win it. Don't get me wrong.
Cuervo.
I've been so bad I can't expect to win them all.
Cuervo, isn't it weird that the guy who talks the most shit finished in last place last year?
It's usually, hey, that's the way it's been for the last 2 years. Listen, I'm not saying that.
I wasn't there last year, so I don't know how you did the rest of the years, but it's amazing the guy who talks more
made
shit.
Me mad. You beat me.
I mean, the guy with the loudest mouth, the biggest microphone. He's sitting there in last place going, well, I don't know what you do about that.
Well, and here's the thing. I've been doing it, I've been putting myself through this torture for 14 years. All right. So, but I actually was good for the first 10 years. It's last 4 years.
You wonder why you have headaches all the time. Now we know.
There we go. So, all right. So we all, at least on this panel today, have New England finishing last in this division, which shouldn't be a great big surprise. But this 3rd spot is really interesting on where it is, because you can go and look at the NFC East. You had 3 teams within that division making the playoffs last year. So Could that be this year? Could the AFC East be the NFC East of last year, getting 3 teams? Well, based upon the teams, they could. But where do you have it? Is Aaron Rodgers going to be the guy to get them into third place? Or will Aaron Rodgers be Aaron Rodgers, make everybody else better around him, and then make the playoffs, maybe either win the division or at least end up second? So that having been said, Cuervo, I'm shooting this one over to you. I've already – and just so anybody that I'm going to write down who I think is in there. Let me just switch things here so I can make it really big. But the team I think is going to end up in this division I just wrote down. So I just wanted to get your take before we jumped in. Looking at this spot, I normally pick with the order of I'm going to let you do it on this one, Cuervo. Who do you have in the third position in the AFC East?
Yeah, so I don't know if it's going to surprise people, but I actually think that I think it's going to be the New York Jets. I think the Jets are going to finish third. And this is not, because of my hate for Aaron Rodgers or any of that stuff.
And you got quite a bit of hate for him. Yeah.
Can't stand the dude. Even though he's not a Packer anymore, can't stand the dude.
I think at one point he said that he owned your Chicago Bears. Is that what he said? I think that's what he said.
So we're gonna go down this road, are we, Sonny?
I'm sorry,
we're gonna go down this road, huh? All right.
Hey, Sonny.
Yeah.
Look out that window. Look out that window real quick. Everybody has owned the Chicago Bears in the last couple of years. Okay.
Oh, you thought that? Hey, you got a new friend there, Cuervo. I might have just moved up on your list, and Trey just replaced himself in my spot. I like this. This is good. Thanks, Trey. I appreciate it.
Hey,
Who says you don't look out for me?
I'm a hill. I can't help it.
It don't matter if you're first or last on the list. When you're on the list, you're on the list.
There you go. Oh shit.
Hey, you know what? That's all right. Keep writing the Chicago Bears off. That's okay. I hope everyone does. And then when we surprise people,
I can't wait until we talk NFC North. That being said, you're looking Jets. So obviously Jets third. I mean, even with Aaron Rodgers. Now, do you think Aaron Rodgers can do what he did in Green Bay, which is be the guy that makes the guys that are better around him? Because let's be honest, that's what the Jets have been missing for the last 25, 30 years as far as who is the guy that's going to make everybody better in reality. Last time they had a guy like that, it was 30 years ago with Joe Namath, and they haven't been worth a squat since.
What? No love for Mark Sanchez? Come on.
No love for
Okay, even he's a former Cowboy. We don't know any love. Look, hey, when Parcells had the Jets, they had a chance.
Chance. Something like that.
But,
the Chad Pennington days?
I mean, look, Chad Pennington ran the Bill Parcells offense was basically run the ball and throw if you have to.
Right.
So, and it worked back then. Nowadays, it's a passing league, and you can't pay running backs anymore, so that's out. So, it's what it is.
It is what it is. I've been trying to find it, and I can't find it. I don't know if I took care of it, but okay, we got some comments coming out there. Big Anthony Price. Let's hop in with. No, we don't do fantasy normally. We used to, right, Cuervo? But we kind of moved away from that. We're actually really good.
I do it on everything.
So, but. Wow. Look at Anthony. Hey, Anthony, I need your list. First to last within this division, I write them down. So I got Anthony here.
Listen, my whole thing with the Jets is this. If the Jets start out 0-4, how dedicated is Aaron Rodgers to the team at that point?
Fair question.
It's a good question. It's a good question, Cuervo, but I would think that it would have to be where before you write Aaron Rodgers off, there's no chance of him making the playoffs. More so, and I mean no chance. Like mathematically, you can't do it before he quits because he showed it last year because he brought him back.
But you're saying I'm not even talking about the playoffs. I'm saying, what is his dedication to the team if they start 0-4? Does at that point, does he sit there and go, well, it's not my fault. They didn't get any players to go around me, so I can't do anything? Or is he going to sit there and take ownership of it and say, it's my fault, man. I'm trying to motivate these guys, and I'm not getting through to them. I got to do something else. I got to up my game to make these guys up their game. Is he that kind of player? He's never been that kind of player. He's always been the kind of player to where it's everybody else's fault but his until they do something. And all of a sudden, hey, it's team effort. Good for us.
Wait, hold on. Wait, I mean, are we talking about the same Aaron Rodgers that I am?
Yes.
I mean, because let's be honest, Aaron Rodgers is the one that had to bail him out because the defense hasn't been able to shore him up and keep him out of football games. Let's be honest. I mean, all I'm going to say is I watch the damn games, and that's what I see. I don't see Aaron Rodgers being the problem of why they didn't get anywhere in Green Bay or having problems or started off slow. It wasn't because of Aaron Rodgers. He might have one bad game here like last year, right? Game 1. Guy acted like he didn't give a rip, and guess what? He came back roaring back into it.
Sonny, that's not my question. If he starts 0-4, what is his mindset at that point? He moves to another team. He's in the Northeast. He's dealing with the New York media. He's going to sit there and throw every blame his way. What is his mindset going to be when he only wants to talk to the guy who when he wants to only talk to Pat McAfee about what's going on with the team? What's he going to do? How's he going to react to all that?
I get what you're saying. I get it. I think what it's about is just handling the pressure of taking accountability, and that's something that Aaron Rodgers has not necessarily done very well. He's a very
I get that
melodramatic, very passive aggressive type guy. Like
he's very
he likes to take his little shots, and he thinks he's smarter than everybody else. But we know what he's thinking. He ain't making it no secret. So I think that's where Trey's getting at. My thing real quick with Rodgers is, and it has nothing to do with the fact that I don't believe he can make the team around him better. Not that I don't think he's going to make Garrett Wilson a Pro Bowl receiver or anything like that. The reason that I think the Jets are going to finish third is it's just going to take time. When you go to a new team and it's a new, Hackett, he's familiar with Nathaniel Hackett's offense. So that's not what I just think the guys around him it's all new, even though he's got Randall Cobb with him again. But I just think overall it's new offensive linemen, it's new receivers, it's a new backfield. So everything is new. And those things take time to kind of come together.
Listen, you say what you want to. He's in New York. He's in New York also. New York is far different from Green Bay. The pressure is much more greater there than it is in Green Bay. But, it's
a lot of expectation.
A lot of expectation.
What do you mean expectations? The Jets have sucked for the last 30 years. I mean, maybe from the expectations from the media, but as far as a football team, come on.
But the media now can throw the blame on the quarterback.
Well,
because of you bring all this prestige to the team. Look, listen, it ain't going to matter because in a year or two from now, he's going to go to the Vikings like Brett Favre did. Don't worry about it.
Mm-hmm. And there's and what you guys are saying is very valid in it because of this. All right, he got a two-year deal. Okay, $75 million guaranteed. Okay, all right. So that being said, you got 2 years with this guy. I mean, you're paying over $35 million a year for this guy to play quarterback. Darn near close to $40 million by the time 2 years is done. This is just his extension. Never mind that the guy's averaging close to $50 million a year, if not a little bit more. I think it's 52. The expectations when you go to the Jets, when you're pulling down that kind of money, the expectations are you better get us at least to the playoffs in the first year.
So, like I said, given what you just showed us there, he starts off 0-4. What happens there?
I just don't see it. I don't see him starting off 0-4. Now, I don't think they're going to. I think I'm right there with Cuervo. I think I got them right there in third place within this division. But you know what's going to win some more games for probably in reality? It's going to be because of their defense, and it will because offense is lacking, and Aaron Rodgers has to figure out how to win the game more so than when he was in Green Bay, where the defense gives away the damn game. It's going to be different. I mean, you got what? Sauce Gardner. This guy's a badass. I don't care what he might be the best. He might be the best corner in the NFL now. And then they go ahead and they pick up what Chuck Clark. They pick up from the Ravens. They picked him up from the Ravens, and then you got DJ Reed and Michael Carter. I mean, their defense is solid.
Hey, Sonny. Real quickly, there's no way they can go 0-4 because they got to play the Cowboys on week 2, I think. But
1-3.
Anyway. Oh yeah. I mean, okay. You start off the season against the Bills.
Okay, that could be a loss.
Then you go to Dallas, play them.
That's a win.
Then the Patriots come to town, and then the Chiefs come to town.
2-2.
Who's the third team?
The Patriots.
Yeah. Hey, listen though, the Jets 2-2.
Divisional.
Listen, but you can't. Exactly.
Then you go to the Broncos. Then you got the Eagles coming in. Then you stay home but you play the Jets at an away game. Then you got the Chargers come to town. Then you go to the Raiders. Then you go to Buffalo. Then the Dolphins come to town finally. Then you got the Falcons. Okay, we'll find they got a breather there.
It's a setup for them to win at least 9 games based upon their schedule.
Yeah,
at least 9.
Then the Texans, the Dolphins again, the Commanders, who might be the Redskins by then, and the Browns. So
there you go.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's a tough schedule.
I didn't even look at the schedule. I just looked at the talent.
That's a tough schedule considering expectations on a team that's projected to do second, if not first, this year. That's a lot. For a team that hadn't done anything in years, that's a lot to ask.
Oh, absolutely. And there's what you were talking about, the pressure. Never mind the New York media, just the pressure of trying to bring a team that completely sucks and make them relevant instead of irrelevant. That is a tough task that Aaron Rodgers has. But that being said there, Mr. Trey Mack, where do you think the Jets ends up in this division?
I'm going to say number 2 only because I don't trust Tua staying healthy and I don't trust the Patriots.
Mm-hmm.
But having said that, you can almost be 9, or you can be 9-8 and be in second place in this division.
But that all depends upon what happens in Buffalo.
I hate the 17 game week schedule. I like the 8 and 8.
Oh, I do too.
I mean, this is bullshit. I mean, this is too much to put on a player to risk injury for a game that matters. I'm sorry. I know you took 2 preseason games away, but still, it's bullshit.
Wow, and I'm writing this down. So old Anthony has the Jets winning this division, then New England, and then I just wonder where, Anthony, you have the Buffalo Bills within this division. Wait, no, Jets Bills. Then I missed that. So
Jets, Bills, Dolphins, and New England stays home.
Yeah, Bills and then New England. So very good. So that's who he's got going down. I got those written down. Thanks for giving that part of it. Everyone who's involved, I just like to get not that we, I don't even know how much we go over it, but it is what it is. Thanks for that input. Now, that being said, that goes to the second place within this division, and we're not all dumb. We understand who's going to win this division. Everybody knows Buffalo, but it's probably going to win this division per se, outside of Anthony. Anyway.
They might win the conference, so let's face it.
It could be, and by the way, I won't say that until we get back, and I got to write it down because. So I can, when we talk about Buffalo, there's something that's irking me, so I want to talk about it. But really what we got then, we got Miami. So it looks like, Cuervo, I mean, I don't think you have Miami win this division just based upon what you said about Tua. But it sure looks like you got him in second place within this division, which is where I got him. And I'm going to tell you right now, where the problem lies with Miami is that they really didn't do very much to help Tua if he was going to be your guy in the offseason. They picked up one guy in reality that is going to help them. But outside of that, they needed 2 or 3 because Tua, the way that this guy's been getting beat up for the last 2 years in reality is that they're not protecting their quarterback. And let's be honest, Tua's on that rookie. He's on that rookie contract. All right. So there's nothing for Miami to lose. They can only hope that Tua can be what that guy was last year, but keep him healthy throughout the whole season. That's going to be the challenge for Miami. I don't think anything. I think everybody knows they got talent everywhere. And this is a game where it's very easy. You look at the quarterback and you're only going to go as far as Tua's going to lead you. And how far will he lead you? I don't know. Well, what do you think?
And I mean, and again, that goes back to, him being healthy, being available. I don't question him if he's playing. I know what you're getting with Tua. Like I know, in my opinion, I know what you're getting when you have Tua in the lineup because we saw it the first half of the season. Right. We saw a lot of it, and I think
arguably in line for the MVP. Through halfway through the season, arguably. So you had to talk about him in reality as far as MVP talks.
I don't know how serious I took those talks, but I heard about them. I would hear people talk about Tua.
You heard Sonny.
Yeah, for Tua for MVP. Well, even outside too.
You said Tua for MVP?
Last year, yeah.
God, yeah. Oh, dude, I'm telling you right now, Tua had his first 8 games of the season. I'm telling you right now, you had to talk about him as far as MVP is concerned because of what the weapons and everything were there and they were clicking until he got hurt. Listen, if that guy made it through the whole season, the Miami Dolphins are in the playoffs. I'm not saying how far they win, but they would have been in the freaking playoffs.
So, where did you finish last year in the football picks?
All right.
I'm just stating obvious facts here. That's all.
I did finish last in the quit throwing out the obvious. I appreciate that.
Playoffs? Don't talk about playoffs. You kidding me? Playoffs? I just hope we can win a game.
Well, somebody has to throw it out there. I mean, come on.
I know. Yeah.
How dare you say such a thing? That is insanity.
By the way, to watch him go one-on-one with Paul Heyman, I thought was really phenomenal a couple nights ago.
I thought, that was when he was on there with Roman Reigns. By the way, Roman Reigns and his pick on who. Oh, jeez, God, almost embarrassing. God, that just goes to show that superstars really shouldn't talk about football. Like I should too, but I'm just saying superstar. but all right. So I mean, so Miami. You look at Miami. They got except a quarterback. I mean, Lord knows. I mean, they got the best 1, 2, 3 wide receiver punch in the NFL, which helped Tua be as good as he was before he got that hurt. But here's what they didn't do in the offseason. It's almost like, you know how you get bitch slapped with reality sometimes, and Miami just ignored getting bitch slapped. I mean, really, they went out and got one dude. That's it. One dude to help this guy and help this team be what they could be with the weapons that they got on, especially offensive, on the offensive side of the ball. And they didn't do a damn thing to help Tua. I don't know if I'm feeling good about being the quarterback of the Miami Dolphins, and that might come into play here. However, I have been, excuse me, I've been, sometimes okay.
I was not exactly.
So I might have been wrong about Tua the player. I know I was right about what they were doing in Miami, with him. He's not going to be the next Dan Marino out there, but he's got a chance to be a damn good quarterback if he can stay upright. And this is a team that failed Tua. How much is that going to be in the back of his head when he's going to play Cuervo? I think there's going to be a big, big part of what you'll see in Miami, especially offensively, when you see him take the field this year.
Yeah, and I was surprised that Miami really didn't try and add to their offensive line after what happened to Tua in the second half of the year. So that just tells me, I guess they feel comfortable with what they've got, and that's fine. It's just you're just kind of crossing your fingers every game if you're Mike McDaniel and that offensive staff that Tua doesn't take another big blow and get concussed again, because that's going to make or break this Dolphins team. Because their backup, who's their backup? Mike White. Mike White is their backup.
Yeah. Everybody thinking he was the second coming last year when he won 2 football games. You know who that reminds me of? The Brian Hoyer effect. For God's sake! I mean, they come back and win absolutely nothing, and then all of a sudden he's the second coming. But I will tell you, when you look at some of the teams and you look at what's going on as far as where they are, the offense of Miami Dolphins, I was looking at some of the rankings that were through, and guys, Miami is not in the top 10. And if you want to be the Miami you expect, you need to have your offensive line to be that. Listen, Minnesota, for God's sake, has a better offensive line than the Miami Dolphins. All right, and that's bad enough. And look, the offensive line for the Cincinnati Bengals, with Joe Burrow getting sacked the most in the last 2 years, okay, all right, has a better offensive line. So that just goes to show where they drop the ball and where. Right now, if you go in some of the rankings, the Miami Dolphins offensive line is 20th in the NFL. And that alone should have told you a lot. I don't know where they ended as far as the rankings were concerned, but they rank them right now at number 20. And listen, if you're going to make Tua be the guy that you expect him to be, and not only that, how about just protect your quarterback, for God's sake, from getting his head knocked off? They didn't do it. They dropped the ball. And the more and more I'm talking about it, I might want to make my switch as far as who's going to end up in third or second. This was the hardest pick, but if they can keep them upright, and I'm going to go with the option that they can keep them upright, they should end up at least second in this division in reality. So, and Cuervo, I don't know about you. You have them second within this division as well, don't you?
Miami, yes.
Yeah, got it. And then Trey Mack has Miami fourth within this division, right?
No, I have 3.
I'm in third. Yeah, because New England, sorry. So, and take away from that, as far as where it is, the Buffalo Bills are the class of the division. They've been the class of the division for the last 3 to 4 years. I mean, and so I want to get to this because, prepping for the show, watching what has been said about Josh Allen. Okay, Josh Allen. Listen, there were 2, maybe 3 plays away from the Super Bowl. Okay. Now, granted, maybe he was the cause of those, but to say that Josh Allen, and this nonsense that Josh Allen, he just can't get the job done. I don't know who's watching what, but I'm going to tell you right now, out of the people that are talking about how great or not, how Josh Allen isn't the guy. I just got this.
Smarter than that, something.
He's the second best quarterback in this league. You can sit there and argue about who's number 2. I say he's number 2. He's the second best. They should have beat the freaking Chiefs to make it into the Super Bowl. They should have done that. That didn't happen. Was it partly his fault? Yes. But outside, looking at all these quarterbacks who's supposedly great and everything else, Josh Allen is not a scrub. And all I'm hearing is that he's not as good as everybody thinks he is. I got news for you. He's just as good as he's putting out on the field.
Now, real quick, Sonny, is that are they just talking overall, or is it like a playoff thing? Is it a talent thing? In what context is he not getting the job done?
Well, the only context he's not doing is getting into the Super Bowl. They were in the AFC Championship, for God's sake, and they lost to the Chiefs. I mean, Say whatever you want. The Chiefs are probably the best team in the NFL. So losing to the Chiefs, they make it sound like that's the worst thing that could ever happen to them. Now, if they lose to the frickin' Raiders and not get into the play, I completely get it. Okay? If they lose to any other football team in there, I completely get it. Josh Allen is arguably the second best quarterback within this league. Arguably. I don't know where you got him. I got him at number 2.
I go top 5 with him. I wouldn't go number 2. I wouldn't go 1 and 2.
I mean, some people would argue Burrow, and which I understand. But I'm going to tell you right now, he's one of the best within this league. And call it, or in any level, whether it's in playoffs, not being able to calling Josh Allen a scrub, or can't get the job done, or will never get the job done. You're just not watching the game. You're not watching how good this guy really is. You got a bias somewhere in there if you don't think Josh Allen's a stud.
Okay, so it's mostly, it has to do with his playoff performance.
Or probably that's probably the context I read it in. But every time I read something like that, Cuervo, I throw that off as that's a Sonnyism. I mean, when I got a bias against somebody, I'm going to rip into him and say something outlandish outside of Frank Gore because I'm right. Take away from that, I'll say something outlandish about a guy that is just insane. I'm just hoping my gut feeling. And that's what it is. When people talk about Josh Allen, they hope their gut is right, whether he's right or wrong. But really, talent-wise, I mean, if you don't think the guy's top 5, you don't know football. Now, granted, I don't know football either. I just throw my 2 cents in, even as insane as it is.
And where were you at last year on your picks?
Yeah, shut up. But in reality, I mean, the Buffalo Bills are going to be right there. They're going to be at least in the AFC Championship. If not, they'll be in the division to get it. And something may or may not go their way, and then they'll find a way to blame Josh Allen for the reason why they didn't either A, make it to the Super Bowl, or whatever the case may be, which is fine. That's what happens. Quarterbacks take all the heat, right, Cuervo? In reality, quarterbacks take all the heat for their non-success because of their contracts and how much they're being paid. So obviously the first shot goes to the quarterback instead of looking at it in a roundabout. How about take a look at they lost Dable? Okay, and that's also another reason why maybe they didn't do it. And look what Dable's doing with Jones. By the way, if you don't think that Jones is a top 15 quarterback in the NFL, we were talking about it in our chat. You're not watching what he did last year compared to the year before that, before Dable stepped in there. This guy's improved 100%. Now, granted, he didn't throw for 5,000 yards, but he was more accurate with the ball, making big plays. This is the difference that a Dable makes with a Jones at the quarterback than it is. So the fact they lose that guy, that I think that makes a difference in reality. Cuervo, do you think losing Dable is a big part of maybe what's going on as far as maybe Buffalo not doing what they're doing?
I did kind of we did kind of talk about that last year, and I did say that maybe offensively they might take a step back, because new offensive coordinator, it's a whole new playbook, whole new language, whole new rhythm on things. So it's going to affect you. And Ken Dorsey is no slouch as an offensive coordinator. So
yes,
guy knows the game. He was a quarterback himself. Wasn't successful in the NFL very much, but
right,
he still understands the game. So, but let's go back to this Josh Allen thing real quick.
Okay.
If you think he's not top 5, I say you're crazy. If you don't think he's got the goods, I say you're crazy. Now,
CBS NFL has him at number 4.
Yeah, so there you go. He's top 5 on their ranking.
Yeah.
But for those that criticize him in the playoffs, saying that he can't get the job done, Sonny, guess what?
You think there's an argument for it? Yeah. I was going to say, you think there's an argument?
Absolutely, because he hasn't done it. So it's almost like it's the Peyton Manning effect, right? Everybody loved what he could do during the season, and he put up great numbers. Colts were winning a lot of games, but what was the one knock on Peyton Manning? Is he couldn't get to the big game, right? Well, now we're experiencing the same thing with Josh Allen. And until he gets the Buffalo Bills in the Super Bowl, I'm gonna ride that same bandwagon as those people that say, not that he's a choke artist. He's not. He doesn't choke. It's just he doesn't have that moxie, as Bryce liked to say,
Fear
to get them
factor.
to that next level Super Bowl. He's got him to the AFC Championship, great, but he hasn't gotten him.
Should have won it too, by the way.
So with that said, give me Joe Burrow over Josh Allen any day of the week and twice on Sundays.
Because he got him to the Super Bowl. That's what you're saying. Trey, go ahead.
Well, just real quickly, top 10 from CBS NFL here. And this is very debatable, and I'm not going to say that they're right about all this. So this is their calling. So Sonny, hold your thoughts until I get them all done. I know how you are.
Yeah.
Number 10, Deshaun Watson. Number 9, Dak Prescott. Number 8, Trevor Lawrence. Number 7, Lamar Jackson. Number 6, Aaron Rodgers. Number 5, Justin Herbert. Number 4, Josh Allen. Number 3, Jalen Hurts. Number 2, Joe Burrows. And, of course, number 1, Patrick Mahomes.
I only disagree with one of them, and that's their number 10.
And that's Deshaun Watson.
So, yeah, I wouldn't have him number 10.
Well, right below him, see who he was substituting for? Kirk Cousins, Brock Purdy,
Yep.
Jared Goff, Geno Smith, Daniel Jones.
That's
Justin
what it
Fields,
is. Interesting.
Tua, Matthew Stafford, Russell Wilson, Kyler Murray, Bryce Young, who hadn't even played yet, Derek Carr,
Yep.
Jimmy
I love
Garoppolo,
those rankings.
Jordan Love, who once again hasn't really played yet, Ryan Tannehill, Anthony Richardson from Indianapolis, C.J. Stroud, Texans, Kenny
Haven't played
Pickett,
yet.
Mac Jones, number 29.
Wow.
So that's where they got him. Baker Mayfield, number 30. Desmond Ridder, number 31. Number 32 is Sam Howell from the Commanders. So clearly, if we're reading this correctly, Andy Dalton's a good number 33.
Well, interesting that you say that because
That's a callback.
Exactly. And, Andy Dalton, number 32. And of course, let's not forget, Cam Newton. I ain't 32 MFers better than me. These statements that come out, it kind of talked about a little bit, but here's my thing, just really quick. Kirk Cousins. Listen, Kirk Cousins is probably moved. I don't like the ranking, just more in the fact that if he stays healthy, he's going to throw for 4,000 yards with his with JJ on the inside of it. Based upon the rankings and where it should be, I think he should be up there. But Daniel Jones is top 15. They got him at what? Where they got Daniel Jones on that list? Was it 19? They're just missing it, and they only do that because he only had 3,800 yards or something like that. And it's just a bad way of ranking them.
Hey, son, shut up. They got him number 15.
They do got him at Jones at 15.
Yeah, he's at number 15. So
that's where 15, maybe even 14.
Yeah,
I think Kirk Cousins should be up there.
He is. Kirk Cousins is 11. Number 12 is Brock Purdy. Number 13 is Jared Goff. Geno Smith is 14. And you get to Daniel Jones at 15.
Jesus Christ. Brock Purdy number. Jesus Christ. I swear to God that I don't know. We'll talk about that a little bit later. Brock Purdy number 13. Are we? Wait. Okay. All right. So what we'll do, we'll just back up. And maybe it's me. And maybe it's because I when I hear Brock Purdy at that hot. Bryce, that's what I say. Brock Purdy. Really? Cuervo? Am I just thinking crazy? Brock Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant, and everything, hurt, coming back, and they want to rank him up that high? A little bit. Isn't that kind of generous, don't you think?
Yeah, a little bit. I think people just kind of fell in love with the Purdy hype and all that stuff, and I don't know. Show me this year that you are for real, and it just wasn't a gimmick.
That's exactly what I said. Well, I say that about every rookie quarterback. Hey, great. Hey, I'm not going to take away from what he did before he got hurt. Of course, there you go, Cuervo. What's his best ability? Availability. He wasn't there, so we wouldn't necessarily see how great that he was. But I'm telling you right now, when those defensive coordinators get that film off season, remember, we're talking 7 months off season, these defensive coordinators are going to break that guy down. I got news for you. The 49ers better hope they got a great defense, and they better hope that other guys on the offensive side of the ball can do something besides Brock Purdy, because that it might get ugly within that division.
Well, if they can't go with Brock Purdy, they got Trey Lance on the sideline, so we'll see what happens there.
Yeah, there's another one to write home to mama about. Yeah, let's put him. Yeah.
Hey Trey, real quick, Trey. I didn't hear Justin Fields' name. Where's
he is directly below Daniel Jones at number 16.
16.
I think that's a good spot. And that's not ripping on him. I take every opportunity to rip on him. I think that's a good spot for him, actually.
It says here, if you consider a quarterback's rushing ability, Fields would be in the top 3 pick at worst. He was MVP, level explosion despite a really bad supporting cast in year 2. But you got to be able to throw smartly in the NFL, and he's still working on that.
Okay.
I think he needs to definitely get the ball out of his own hands in order for them. And if they do that, listen, hey Cuervo, you're gonna love me after this. You ready? Are you ready? If they can get the ball out of Fields' hand, and in the air, this guy could be a top 10 quarterback in the NFL, and you can't expect that, in reality starting the season, because you don't know what he's going to do. But if they're going to continually depend upon his legs to win football games, it's not going to happen. We've only seen it happen. I mean, they won 3 games last year, with his legs. They got to figure out how to get the ball out of his hands and let the other guys do the work to get the job done in order to get the W. I mean, right, Cuervo, or am I wrong?
You're right based on what it looked like last year. But Sonny, we've had this conversation a few times before, and I think you're still looking at the Chicago Bears offense as what it was last year. Okay, yeah. Fine, because that's what we saw. We haven't seen but you can't deny the changes that have been made on that offensive roster.
I don't deny it. Yes, I do that. With adding, what they say, you better recognize. I recognize the what the Bears have done, and it has been good for them. The question is how is it going to look out on the football field for 17 football games?
Think about it, Sonny. They've added, who you could argue is a top 10 to 12 wide receiver in the league, right?
Yes.
You got Chase Claypool is now gone through an offseason with the Bears. From what it looks like, from what I hear, from what I see, he's got a lot more involvement in that offense. Obviously Cole Kmet's there. They add Robert Tonyan. They just signed Mercedes Lewis. The offensive line is improved. They got the backfield going on. So the reason I bring that up, it's not just to hype the Bears up. It's the Justin Fields that we saw last year, where he's taken off and he's running for hundreds of yards, and that's all the Bears offense is. It's not going to be that this year.
I hope not, for your sake.
You're going to see him put the ball in the air. You're going to see him. It's going to be a very good mix. I think you can compare it to what Jalen Hurts looked like last year.
Good point.
Good
point.
I know.
How much are you looking forward to seeing the Bears beat the shit out of the Packers?
Oh,
just the thought of it, I got to
right?
from all the.
He's already foaming at the mouth. He's loving it.
You're thinking about the Monsters of the Midway, the new version, going up against Jordan Love and whatever the hell he has in his tank. It feels good, doesn't it?
It's a great feeling. It's just like. Any team that that has been owned for so long, you know, like that shit's gone now. It's over. Those days are gone. So
I you know what? Look, I don't hate the Bears. I mean, I like them a hell of a lot more than I like the Packers. But you know, at the same time, you know, they've had more success in the last 25 years than the Cowboys have. So I can't sit there and dog cuss the hell out of them for anything, because you've seen what my team has done. But you know, the thing is, the Bears are still that show me team. They have to show me what you got. You have to make it count when it counts. You play the Packers twice, you play the Vikings twice, you play the Lions twice. Lions are going to be tough this year. The Vikings are going to be tough this year. The Packers not so much. So, you know, you got to make at least four of those games really matter, and that's going to be the thing. That's going to be the dividing line with the Bears this year. Not that we're talking about the North right now, but you know, if the Bears can get more than half of those victories, 3 out of 4, they're going to this year in the North. Now,
that alone, take a look at this, okay? Mm-hmm. You got to do well against the Lions. I'm sorry, because if you're going to believe all the hype that's out there, well, the fans are buying into it, right, Cuervo? I mean, just this thing alone tells you the fans have the expectation, but that expectation in reality, Cuervo, is when I'm looking at it, that's just what the expectations are, because the media is putting it out there. I don't know if they're ready to step into being the team to beat within the NFC North. Of course, we'll talk about that.
I don't know.
Soon,
yeah,
right?
I don't want to give it too much away about my thoughts on the NFC North. You know, it's easy to kind of feel hyped up about the Detroit Lions. You know, they've got the coach that they feel can get them, you know, into the postseason and get them on a winning track and all that stuff. Let's not forget, though, all the nonsense that has happened in the offseason with them.
Yes.
And, you know, you can try to brush it off all you want. It does affect the locker room to an extent. You know, people can say, "Oh, we've moved forward with it," but I don't think that's the case. I don't. Just because I think it's not necessarily the players themselves that are going to keep talking about it. It's going to be the Detroit media. It's going to be, you know, the national media, because that's going to be something that's going to be I'll just put it to you like this: opening day, right? Chiefs Lions. First of all, that's crazy.
Yeah.
For them to even get the opening game is crazy, right?
Yes.
But let's put it over under on how many times these suspensions with the gambling with the Detroit Lions is going to get brought up during the broadcast of the game.
There's no question it will.
But what would you set the over-under at? It's not a question of it's going to get brought up. How many times will it be brought up? My over-under would be 3.
In each game. Okay.
No, just for the opening game. 2.5.
You're not wrong. I mean,
2.5
I
say over. I say over 2.5.
Listen, this is a league that buried themselves when they kept highlighting the fact that players taking a knee during the national anthem, and let the media ride all over that and have half the country get all butthurt over the fact that players taking a knee during the national anthem. The NFL could have shut that shit down a long time ago and said, we're not going to show that because we never ever televise the national anthem. Why are we making a big deal about it? But they decided to go that on TV and make it a big deal, make it a big story, because everybody else is going to make it a big story. They could have nipped that shit in the bud early on, but they won't.
Well, there's no way for them to stop the media on that, though.
But you know what?
The media is going to do what they're going to do unless it, like Cuervo says, on a national broadcast. But I'm going to tell you right now, regardless how well they do, whether they exceed expectations or not make the expectations, people like us are going to sit there and talk about it.
That's fine. But here's the thing. The NFL could have gotten a rule from the commission say, by all means, do not mention the national anthem. They could have easily just put the edict out there and said, okay, we won't talk about it, because it's not that important at the start of our football games on television. If you're there at a live event, sure. Fans are going to see it. They'll take pictures. They'll throw on social media because fans want to be stars in their own right. But at the same time, you're giving too much power to people who don't matter. at that point. And the people who matter are the ones on the field who you're sitting there throwing out there on a weekly basis. Now half the country's going to sit there and go, well, I ain't going to watch now because they're taking me. I know it's a whole different conversation, but I mean, I'm just saying the NFL has the power and the right to shut shit down if they need to. And if something's going
that's true.
If something's going to be detrimental to their league, detrimental to a team, then they have the option. Listen, networks, CBS, Fox, ABC, ESPN, whoever's covering our games, Nickelodeon for that matter, I think they're doing it still. Do me a favor, don't mention XXX, you know? Or don't mention YYY, or don't mention whatever. Don't mention shit that's going to affect our product. And then it's nipped in the bud. But because they don't do that, because they're so passive aggressive over everything, and what I talked about it as a kind of a running joke, but hell, you know, the new Washington owners are thinking about bringing the Redskins back as a trademark. There are a lot of Redskins fans out there. A lot of Redskins fans are dying for that.
Yeah,
but why was it an issue before that? Because AT&T got up their ass saying, well, not AT&T, but FedEx got up their ass saying, well, if you're going to be disparaging towards the Native Americans, we're going to take our sponsorship off your field. Well,
listen, and that's just how much that they're going to follow, though. You know, how much are they going to fall in line to the sponsors more so than the NFL? That's always going to be the bottom line is money in the NFL. Yeah. There's no question about that, and it don't matter what the NFL thinks about it. If they're going to take $28 million off the plate because of the sponsorship of this stadium, the NFL don't have a chance.
But
in that part.
Here's Dan Snyder,
on this level, maybe they do.
Dan Snyder could have gone out and said, "Okay, fine, FedEx, you want to take your name off our stadium? Fine, we'll find somebody else."
Yeah,
and we'll find them at a better deal because they're not going to fuck us over like you did.
Yeah,
because we've had this trademark name since the 30s, and now it's offensive.
Well. That just goes to show how much the political side will get into the NFL and how much they will bow down to it as well. So but
then getting back to what we were talking about earlier, as far as like the Lions, if the networks can, hell, their owner, the Detroit Lions owner, talks to the commissioner all the time. He can sit there and say, "Do us a favor, do us a solid. Can you please tell the networks not to say this?" Networks can say what they want to, but we would like you to at least, you know, for the betterment of the league, not do that.
Yeah. All right. So, that being said, it is time to move into the NFC side of the show here to talk about the teams that are over in the, and this is a very interesting division as far as the NFC is concerned. As far as the East, you look at last year, what this football team did in this division. Say whatever you want, however it happened, it's all irrelevant. 3 teams, and that also being said, it could have been 4 teams because Washington was right there as well. So you're looking at a division of football. Okay, you're good, Trey. Yeah, so that being said, when you're looking at this part of the, divisions, the NFC East, we've always talked about it in the last years. NFC least is what we always said that we were talking about, right, Cuervo? This was a league that was mediocre at best. We've seen a division of football that has increased in talent. Effectiveness out on the football field, winning games on the football field. These are the things that have happened within the NFC East where they are not considered, as far as a whole division of football, the NFC least. This is actually a division of football that you got to watch out for. Just like the NFC East, you got 3 teams that are quite possibly might make the playoffs again. That'll all depend on what happens in the other divisions of football. But trying to figure out this league this division of football is really easy at the number 4 spot. I mean, listen, I don't know how anybody can think that the Washington football team, Commanders, or whatever they want to be called, is going to be able to take that step and move forward and be the team to beat within this division, Cuervo. And it's not because of lack of trust with Chico, because we all got a love for Chico. But it's more the fact that the talent on the football team, look who they're starting at quarterback right away should bitch slap you. And yes, Sonny, you're being simplistic. You're only looking at the quarterback position. But in this case, I don't even really need to look at the Washington Commanders and think of them as relevant because of who they're starting at their quarterback position, Cuervo.
Which is the biggest knock on this team. I mean,
yes.
Trey read the list, right? According to CBS Sports, the Commanders have the worst starting quarterback in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? We could just end the conversation about Washington right then and there. Hey, they got the worst quarterback in the league. Next team. Like, that's how easy it is to break this team down.
Well,
I don't
clearly
they got to go get Andy Dalton and Cam Newton, and maybe they can.
Oh, for God's sakes!
Oh,
hey! Honestly, you put Cam Newton on that team, he's a lot better than the 29th quarterback in the league.
Well, hey, there's someone that agrees with Cam Newton. How about Andy Dalton? Does he step in there and be better?
I saw him playing Dallas. No, not so much.
Anyway, but that's where you start off, and I hate to just cut the head off of the whole situation when you talk about this football team, because when you don't have a football or a quarterback in this football league, your expectations should not be anywhere. So this is a football team that needs to make some headway. And then if the headway could come and you can bring one of those top 32 to your team to make you better for next season. But looking at this year, I mean, this is oblivion. This is just crazy to sit there and think that. And that's the reason why. Here's the simple thing, and I'm just going to say it, and I don't care. It's the only reason Chico has a job. It's not because he's a good coach. I'm not saying he's not, but let's be honest. If this team was an actual contender, Chico would not be the coach of this football team. I'm sorry. They'd be gone. They'd be off. And if the sale didn't happen, he'd be gone and everything else. So Chico's lucky to have a job right now, Cuervo, in reality. But would this be a team that would make the change mid-season? That will always be the question as well.
Well, pump the brakes on Chico, Sonny. Come on. I mean, he did, and I'm being serious. He took a team to the Super Bowl, so you can't discredit his performance as a head coach.
Now, but you can, as a Washington football Commander head coach, you can.
That's the thing. It's because it's the Washington Commanders.
I mean,
right.
Their previous ownership set them back at least 10 years.
Oh, well, wait, that was a lot. You could say that about him 20 years ago. Okay, so that's just the norm setup. But this is not a guy, that being Daniel Snyder, that didn't go out there and pay money for players outside of some teams within the NFL. He just got the wrong ones in reality to help him. But this guy was throwing money around. So it's not the fact that I'm not saying Daniel Snyder was a good owner. All I'm saying is that guy was willing to pay money to try to make him better. He was just wrong in the guys that he picked. Right? I mean, come on. This guy spent money. I mean, one of the biggest criticisms of most owners in the NFL is they're not willing to spend money to make their team better. That you could not say that about Daniel Snyder. I'm sorry, you can't. And if you are saying that you're not watching or seeing who they signed based upon the time when they signed them, right, Cuervo? I mean, supposedly he picked the right guys at the right time, and he just got lucky or unlucky and missed on 4 of them.
Well, okay. So here's how I see Dan Snyder. You're right.
Okay.
He was not afraid to spend money. He opened up the checkbook. But here's the thing about Dan Snyder. I compare it to somebody, young 21-year-old kid. Instead of going out and buying himself a cheap $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 car, something that's going to get him A to B, he goes out and he buys a Mustang with like 20% interest, right? That's Dan Snyder. because he spent money, but he didn't spend it wisely. 9 out of 10 times he spent the money. He spent his money very careless and didn't really get much value out of it. That was the problem with Dan Snyder. So
I agree.
That's part of why that team got set back so far back, because of the trades that were made. The RG3 trade killed them. That was the nail in the coffin.
How many guys did they lose out on that because of that trade? It might go down in the history of bad trades compared to
who was the 10 years ago, by the way.
Yeah, they brought the running back down to Dallas. That was one of those crazy. Herschel Walker. Thank you. The Herschel Walker deal. Kind of compare it to that kind of thing, but it happens sometimes with them, more so than just once.
It said Dallas over 5 years old. It did wonders for them.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying who got rid of Herschel Walker. I mean, look, when that whole thing went down, it was the Vikings, wasn't it? They had Herschel Walker.
Yeah.
It set them back not just 4 years. It set them back, God, forever. In reality, I mean, could you imagine if Herschel Walker stayed in Minnesota, what they could have done? Maybe, but that was a different time because we're talking about today.
The funny thing was, Herschel came back to the Cowboys.
I know
for like 1 year.
I know. So, but that also being said, when you're looking at Washington and where they are now, okay, they're the laughing stock of the NFL, regardless of the new owners. And the new owners are going to have to use their reputation in order to gain respect back within the NFL, because Daniel Snyder was a joke. Everybody will admit that. And he was part of the problem when it comes to ownership within the NFL, not falling in line to what's best for the NFL in itself. This guy only looked out for number one. And when he looked out for number one, he was horrible at doing that because he didn't know what talent was. And that's when you got to let football guys run your football team. And Daniel Snyder had no business doing it, just as much as Jerry Jones shouldn't be doing it either.
Right. And that those are the type of teams that when the owner is too involved, like a Jerry Jones, like a Dan Snyder was, those are the teams that they always get in their own way.
Yep. Struggle.
They struggle. And you kind of seen that. Who's another example of a team that does that? You got Dallas, you got Washington.
To a certain extent, what's that dude down in Atlanta?
Yeah, Arthur Blank.
He sometimes with his love of Matt Ryan, that shit. You and I both know that ship should have sailed about 3 years before it actually did. So, Arthur Blank getting involved with that, they could have been God. Just imagine how good the Atlanta Falcons would have been without Matt Ryan and developed a quarterback the way they should as an NFL football team. They'd be right in the mix right now instead of the
what screwed that up,
position they're in today.
You know what screwed that up, though? That they got really close to a ring.
Well, that's true.
They were one half away to get in the ring. And then the New England showed up that night.
Worst NFL hangover, Super Bowl hangover in history, because Matt Ryan wasn't worth a shit after that, and we all know that. Listen, if you want to deny Matt Ryan was not the same guy after that Super Bowl, you weren't watching the games, you weren't seeing his numbers, you weren't seeing how he was trying to deliver balls to the wide receiver. He was it's something he couldn't get over. And look what he did in Indianapolis. He said that he was essentially the same guy on the Super Bowl hangover in Indianapolis.
He was a halfway decent fantasy football player to have early in his career. But boy, that shit fell off about 5 years.
Well, and who gives a shit about the reality of fantasy football? I mean, it's about winning the Super Bowl. Yeah, well, I get it, but I mean, as far as a football organization, this is a football team that was set back because of the owner, because of the love of Matt Ryan that was in there. He got him there, and it's just he's never been the same. You get the same thing. Now, the new ownership coming in Washington, you can't expect, changes overnight. Look at, and I'll throw it back to Cuervo's Bears. You can't expect the GM to go in there and make changes and have them be ready to play and be Super Bowl contenders in year number 1, let alone 2. So there's just more things that are going to have to happen for Washington in order for them to move up. And the first thing that they have got to figure out, and I'm already talking about the offseason, they need a real quarterback, because this is not going to end well, where they say, well, that didn't last long, or that comment didn't age well. That's what they're going to get here this year. And I hate to say it, but it's all about the quarterback position. I don't know, Cuervo. I think where do you have the Washington Commanders?
Well, anything outside of last, you're either a homer or you're just in denial.
You're
senile.
Yeah, so much love, and I don't know, Trey, where you got him after that statement. I hope you don't go third.
You know, the thing is that I don't buy in the Giants, so it's a problem. I'm not buying the Giants, and a lot of that's because when they play the Cowboys, they don't show up.
Mm-hmm.
They haven't lately. Daniel Jones beating the Cowboys. So, you know, that team is always 3 or 4 injuries away on a weekly basis, pretty much, from being okay.
That being Washington, you're talking about?
No, I'm talking about the Giants.
Okay.
But that's why I'm not hedging my bets on Washington, because I think Washington's just awful regardless. But Washington can squeak out a few 3-point game wins. I mean, they're very sneaky about that kind of shit. They never got to the playoffs last year. Hell, they beat the Cowboys twice last year. Mm-hmm. So, you know, it's amazing. They beat the Cowboys twice. Giants can't beat them at all. What does that say? So, I'm very leery of them. Realistically, I'd say 4th. But there's something about the look of that team.
Okay.
In fact, they've got some good fortune coming their way, I think, with new ownership.
I think, real quickly, if I could chime in, Trey, I think that was the Taylor Heineke effect. I think he was just a guy that just knew how to. I mean, he beat the Eagles on Monday night. You know, he was just a grinder, man. That's who he was. But he's not on the team anymore. So you don't have that factor anymore.
Well, here's what I'll say. Just really quick, let me throw that in there. If Jacoby Brissett, and you know I don't like Jacoby Brissett, right, Cuervo? I'm the guy that'll bash that guy. But if Jacoby Brissett would start for this football team, they'd have a better chance of getting to 3rd place than completely last. So let me just throw that out. Sam Howell, hey, listen, I don't believe one damn word coming out of training camp about how great he's been with the team, because really training camp means absolutely nothing. It's a glorified practice up on top of that. Sam Howell hasn't proven enough to me to be that guy to where you can get, oh, that's our guy. Listen, he's our future. And that's the way they're talking about Sam Howell. And it's such irresponsible reporting and making that statement, because Sam Howell hasn't made one step to be that guy, to be the franchise, to get them to where they go. There's been no proof that he can do it, so why talk about it that way? And they do. And that's another thing. They're blinded by their own illusion.
Now hold on a second. Let's look at let's look at their schedule real quick. I'm not saying their schedule is going to matter a whole lot, because they play the same teams that everybody in the East plays. But just give it a second. Let me see who they play here. Okay, they start off with Arizona. No Kyler Murray. Then you got the Broncos.
Dogfight, right? I mean, you agree? Yeah. I think that could be a dogfight. I love teams who are not good playing each other. It's a fun game.
Then you got the Broncos. Then you got the Bills. So it's a loss there for them.
Should be losses.
Then you got the Falcons. Then you got the Giants.
Well, you missed the Eagles and Bears in between those.
Oh, I didn't. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, okay.
Eagles and Bears.
Eagles, Bears, then the Falcons, then the Giants, then the Eagles come to town. Then they go to the Patriots. Then they go to Seattle.
Mm-hmm.
Then the Giants come to town. Then they got the Cowboys. Just nothing. That's Thanksgiving.
Right.
Then you got the Dolphins, and by then, who knows where the Dolphins are at that point? I mean, it's
Agreed.
even with the team. Then you got the Rams, who are not that great. Then you got the Jets, and who knows where the Jets are at that point? Because I mean, if they are 6-7 by then, or maybe
Whatever the pipe. Yep.
well, whatever week 16 would be at that point. If they're only 6 games winning and then the rest are losses, what's Aaron Rodgers' mindset at that point? Then you got the 49ers coming to the Commanders, and you finish out with the Cowboys. That's
When you look at that schedule,
yeah.
when you look at that schedule, where does Sam Howell rank against every football team? There's
Well,
only one team I think that he ranks better than any of those quarterbacks coming in at him. And that'd be better than Kyler Murray because we don't know if he's going to be there. All aims say that he's not going to be because of injury. So he's about the only one team where he's better. Maybe the Patriots where he could equal up with Mac Jones.
Time out. What about the Falcons?
Or the Falcons. So there's what, 1, 2, 3 games where they got a shot.
Okay, then there's the Patriots. And by the way, going back to what we talked about earlier, Mac Jones is ranked 29th compared to Sam Howell's 32. So they're pretty close. They're pretty close within those numbers.
Right.
Who knows what the Dolphins are going to have by December 3rd? So we'll do that one going. Jared Goff, where is he at these days? What's his mindset like?
Well, that if he says, remember how many. Listen, Jared Goff was throwing that football like nuts. That guy can throw the ball. That guy's got talent. That's the reason why they got the Lions, selling out season tickets and everything else. And you could say everything about that, but Jared Goff is a big reason why the Lions are probably in that consideration.
Okay, then you got Brock Purdy or Trey Lance, whoever's quarterback in the Niners, on December 31st. So
there's like 4. There's about 4 where you can see they're comparable.
I mean,
so they're 4-13 for the season, which means they ain't worth a shit, and neither is he.
To time out though. Hold on a second. What about the Broncos? Are we that sold on Russell Maryland? Not Russell.
That's Russell Wilson, and Russell. Listen, you're going to see mark my words. You're going to see a different Russell Wilson this year.
Okay. So I mean, look. All these games are all based on if everybody's 100% healthy, right?
Absolutely.
So, I mean, if things cut out a certain way, hey, we lost Cuervo. If I just now noticed that, but I was on another page. So yeah, it's all going to be based whether or not teams are healthy and stuff. They can luck out to 8-9. They can very much luck out to 8-9.
I will tell you that the only way that happens is if Chris Hall gets hurt and Jacoby Brissett comes in and he can be the Jacoby Brissett that was good 5 years ago. That's the only way that happens.
Remember one thing, though. One thing. They got a very solid defense.
Yes, I will give them that.
They have a below average offense.
Yes.
Okay.
And that comes from the offensive line because they can't protect their quarterback, and that we saw that all last year and the year before that. Right. Because I don't think Tyler Heineke is as bad as the record shows. I think he's better than the record show because of the teams that he's been on and how they did not protect him.
But you know what though,
including Jacksonville,
it's going to be interesting for them. It's hard. Yeah. Like I said, realistically, they're in 4th place. Answer that question. Realistically, they're in 4th place. I'm just saying, watch out for them because they can be the dog-fighting team in the East that's going to give teams fits. They can be what the Cardinals used to be in the East back in the old days when the Cardinals were in the NFC East, where they were the hard out to get. Yeah,
and interesting that you say the Cardinals because you're right about that. But usually the Cardinals ended up on the bad side of that and never won the game.
They would. I remember my dad and I would go to Cowboy games as a kid.
Arizona Cowboys. That was a good game.
Yeah, and when the Cowboys played the Cardinals back in the 80s, my dad always says, "I hate this team because they always beat the shit out of us."
Yep.
Whatever. I mean, they don't beat us is by score, but they beat the shit out of us. So by the time we get to the next week, we don't have everybody we have to have.
I
Especially
agree.
if you're going to play the Eagles or the Redskins or whoever else is or the Giants for that matter. So they could be that team. They can be that stinking team that people don't want to face because they know you're not going to come out 100%. It's kind of like, look, you might squeak out with a 2 or 3 point win, and a win's a win. That's great. On the records, it shows a win or a loss, and it doesn't show a maybe. But that's going to be a hard win for a lot of teams, I think. Now, doesn't mean they're a great team. Doesn't mean they're going to go to the Super Bowl. I'm just saying they're going to be tough to beat.
Well, tough outs are always the game that if you're a good football team, you've got to figure out a way to win that game. And listen, I love tough outs. I love watching if your team is good. This is a team that you should win. So however it happens throughout the game, whether you start losing, can you come back from the tough out, or do you lose? Or are you able to figure out a way to get around it and get the W? Because really, it doesn't matter about the stats in reality. It matters about the check mark underneath the W. And so those tough out games are always enjoyable to watch.
Right.
But then at the same time, as far as the NFC, the NFC East is concerned, you got 3 teams that made the playoffs last year, and Washington, even though they're fun to watch and that was the tough out, it still ended up with the check mark underneath the L, which makes all the big difference in the world. But it does make it more entertaining. And really going back to this season within this division, can they make that same thing happen again with the 1, 2, 3 teams making it to the playoffs?
Well, and as I said, Cuervo, while you're gone, I think realistically they're the fourth. They're the 4th team in the division, but they're going to be a hard out. They're going to be hard to beat because that defense, when that defense is clicking, no matter who your quarterback is, Jalen Hurts, Dak Prescott, or Daniel Jones, those quarterbacks are running for their damn life. And that team, remember, they have a purpose. No one believes in them. No one has any faith in them whatsoever. That makes
nothing
them
to lose. Yep, nothing to lose. That
makes them 100% dangerous. And
especially when you get at the end of the season, when you need to get that win over Washington to make the playoffs, because that's what exactly happened last year. You had to get a win against Washington, and you were, sitting there, chewing on your teeth and seeing if it can end up happening.
So I think really they're going to be the fourth team in the East, but they're going to be very neck and neck with the Giants. I think.
I don't know about that.
It's really it.
I don't know if it's going to be neck and neck. I think it's going to be maybe. See, here's and
as far as record wise, I'm saying neck and neck. Team wise, I think the Giants are a better team than the Commanders, but not by much.
Yeah, it's Sonny. We've talked about this before. When it comes to the Commanders, when they're at home, they're a very pesky team. I don't care who they're playing. They're just that team that it's a thorn in your side, right? And almost where it's like they just don't go away. You could be a team on paper just way better. It could be even a team like the Eagles or the Chiefs. And that team will struggle against the Commanders at home. But when it comes to the road, you can have your way with them. I mean, you have your way with Washington on the road. It's just when they're playing home, I don't know if it's just the crowd factor, and they feed off the energy of it, but you get them away from their home stadium, it's almost a guaranteed win. When they're at home, they're hard to beat. So I think that's kind of what you're getting at. I would not be opposed to saying I think the Commanders can beat the Giants at home this year, or that they could even beat Dallas at home this year.
Happened last year.
So yeah, they're just one of those teams, and you never know. Sometimes they squeak out wins on the road that you're kind of like, whoa, where did that come from?
Yeah, I look at Sam Howell, okay, and And the optimists in most people, okay, are trying to compare a Sam Howell to a Patrick Mahomes coming off first year for Patrick Mahomes, one game, right? One game, that's what you got from Patrick Mahomes. And then he comes and becomes the superstar. This is what the optimistic Washington Commanders feel about their Howell in there. But the problem is that even outside of the quarterback position, they don't have what it takes on the outside of the quarterback position, unlike what happened in Kansas City with Patrick Mahomes doing what he's doing. There's a lot of other, but I agree with you. Their defense could be top 10 within the NFL. And listen, say whatever you want. Top 10 means you're better than the other 2/3 within the NFL. So that alone tells you about where they are. And if they can put together some kind of offense to make them better, to see what they can be next year or the year after that, that's what you're looking at as far as if you're a Commanders fan. You're not looking to this year to see what they could be. You're looking at year 2 or 3 to see if they can possibly be that team that could be a future juggernaut within their own division.
Plus, you got to look at it this way. They have been the bottom feeder in the East for such a long time. They have piled up draft choice after draft choice after draft choice to build up that team. That's got to click. It's got to click at one time or another. And they've gone defense in a lot of years, and that's why they're so good defensively. So, it's Cuervo. As I was telling Sonny, back in the '80s when the St. Louis Cardinals were in the NFC East, my dad and I, we go to Cowboy games. My dad would always say that is the hardest game the Cowboys got to play because because the Cardinals always beat the shit out of them. They don't always win, but they always beat the shit out of them to where they go into the next week and they're not necessarily 100% like they were the week before against the Cardinals. And I remember it was Thanksgiving 1983. I was at that game, and the Cowboys ran over the Cardinals, but they got beat up so bad, and it cost them towards the end of the year because the last 2 games of the year they lost to the Redskins and to the Niners, and then lost in the playoff game to the Rams. So, yeah, I mean that's. The Commanders are that team. Yeah. Not a great team, but they are a dangerous team. And plus, when you got nothing to play for, that's the thing.
Well, think about this. This is the team that not only just 2 years ago, okay, 2 years ago, 2020, 3 years, sorry, 3 years ago, make the playoffs with the 7-9 record, okay? So you gotta kind of, granted, 7-9, makes you want to puke that they were there, but guess what? They were there. But that was the division at that time. We were talking about this when we first started talking about this division. This is a different division of football right now. And Washington expecting to get an 8 or 9 win season to make it to the playoffs is not going to happen. They got to step up a little bit more. And the problem is we haven't been able to do that. Whether that's ownership, whether that's talent, whether it's all three put out on the football field now, you put the pressure on a guy named Sam Howell, who is expected to do what Patrick Mahomes did in his, and you can't expect it.
I want to put a bet right here on this show right now.
Okay.
Sam Howell will not be your quarterback at the end of the season for the Commanders.
I think I agree with you. I think it'll be Jacoby Brissett if they could keep him. Listen, they're going to turn to Jacoby Brissett because guess what? He's won games in the NFL before. He's won games that they probably shouldn't have won because of him. And listen, I'm no Jacoby Brissett fan, but let me tell you something. That guy should be starting week number 1, and this team won't get out of its way. If it's worried about wins, they're going to start Howell because he is the next generation at quarterback for them in their minds, more so than leaning on the veteran who has won games in the NFL. And that's where the mistake comes with Washington this year. I'm telling you right now, I put Washington in 3rd if they start Jacoby Brissett. And I hate the guy. But you want to know why I hate the guy? Is because he wins games he really has no business winning. Just go back and look at him when he played for Indianapolis, right, Cuervo? Every time we picked against this guy, he figured out a way to come out and win that damn game. The difference between Brissett and Howell is experience, and the Washington Commanders are making a big mistake by starting Chris Howell if they're really worried about winning football games.
First of all, they make a huge mistake if they're going to start Chris Howell because Sam Howell's your quarterback.
Well, Sam, whatever. You know what I'm talking about. Help yours. I got you right here. What was that? I didn't hear what you say. But yes, but you know what I say, yeah. So there you go. I mean, I hate football teams that won't do the right thing for the team. Okay, and Washington is one of them. Atlanta's going to do the same damn thing, I think. So you're looking at well, he's the future. Well, great. Have your future come when you can't make the playoffs or you've lost 6 games in a row. Jacoby Brissett should be starting for this football team. They'd at least end up in third place in this division, and maybe a shot at the playoffs. They're making a mistake. But then again, that's this kind of way. So do we all have Washington then pretty much at the bottoms, right? We're right there? All right, so the Commanders not going to probably move very far within this division, which brings me to the next team, okay? And the next team made it there by the skin of their teeth last year, and that being the New York Giants. Now, I don't care that they made it by the skin of their teeth. They made it to the playoffs. I don't care that they lost in the playoffs in the wild card round. Matter of fact, they actually won the round and they went into the second round, which was incredible in reality based upon where they ended up as far as the rankings to get into the playoffs. So those that think that Daniel Jones is a scrub, that'd be your buddy, right, Cuervo? Your buddy Tom thinks that he is a scrub, and I'm telling Tom, watch the damn game, because guess what? If you don't think that I'm going to tell you right now, Daniel Jones is going to be a top 10 quarterback at the end of the season. And mainly because of what Dable is going to bring. Hey, listen. Look at what he did 2 years ago compared to last year. And that's because Dable is right there. And you can say what we always say. The most valuable player on your football team doesn't have to be a player. It could be a coach. And tell you right now, the way that Dable turned that team around, by the way, NFL Coach of the Year last year too, Cuervo. Shouldn't have got it, but he did. Should have been my guy down in Jacksonville that should have got that award. But say whatever you want. He was in the talk of Coach of the Year. Coaching makes a big difference. And in this division, out of maybe all of the divisions of the NFL, coaching is going to be most important in this division. And I'll explain to you that when we get done with it. But that's what's going to end up happening. Now, the Giants, I think what you said about Washington last year, I think is the Giants this year. And that's the reason why I got them in the third spot. That's not a knock on them. They made the playoffs on the third spot. If they can do it again, they might be a dark horse in the playoffs this next year, depending on how Dable gets the message across to Daniel Jones. But that defense, as far as the Giants are concerned, that might be the question mark in reality when you're looking at where the Giants are. So, Cuervo, you're looking at the NFC East. You're looking at the New York Giants. What's your take upon the Giants compared from last year to where they kind of stand right now going into the season?
I think the Giants right now, my take would be that I think offensively, they're definitely going to continue to go up. Their stock goes up offensively. Defensively, I don't know. I haven't seen enough. They added somebody, I forget the guy's name, from the Colts, a linebacker, pretty decent linebacker. But other than that,
Isaiah Hoggins? Was he the one they grabbed up?
No. Oh gosh, I forgot his name now. But he was a guy that the Bears were looking at too. But I thought I had it, but maybe I do. But either way, regardless, I go back to what you were talking about earlier with Dayball and all that stuff, Sonny. What I think really helped Daniel Jones last year was the reemergence of Saquon Barkley. And I don't think I'm breaking any news here when I say that. It's just, let's be honest with ourselves, not to take anything away from from Daniel Jones and what he did, but I think you also can't forget about what Saquon Barkley brought to that offense in being able to have that balance. And
right.
So if that's what you were missing when Daniel Jones started his career off. He was missing that. He was
Yes.
missing a guy that you could rely on in the run game to take some pressure off of such a young, or even a rookie quarterback. So now you get the running game going again. Offensive line is improving. You've got not big time receiver names, but you got guys that can make some plays here or there. Then you draft my guy out of Tennessee, Jalen Hyatt, and so now it gets interesting. And so I could see why you're on the Daniel Jones train of him being a top 15 guy. I just think for Daniel Jones, he just can't get in his own way. I think that's what could slip him up, is if he gets a little too confident with himself, thinking that he can do things that maybe he hasn't really proven that he can do.
Right.
And obviously adding Darren Waller is a great thing for him. I think that was probably the biggest thing that's going to help him out this year. If the guy can stay on the field. Again, it looks good on
availability.
It looks good right now, but can Darren Waller stay healthy? It's a big liability for the Giants to even make that trade to bring him in.
Well, isn't the biggest question, though, Cuervo, right now, is whether or not they can get Saquon Barkley on the field for them this year? I mean, right now, that's the biggest, because you can say whatever you want about, and I can say whatever I want about Daniel Jones, but if they don't have somebody relevant at the running back position, that's going to be a problem for them offensively all day long. And it better be Saquon, by the way, because he's a threat more so than some scrub coming up there. And that's why everybody's bitching about, running backs don't get paid money. And most of them are scrubs, let's be honest, okay? So that's the reason why you get that. But Saquon Barkley is not one of those scrubs coming out, and he's relevant, and you don't have to worry about just Daniel Jones. You got to worry about Saquon Barkley at the same time.
Yeah, he's going to be there. He didn't sign the franchise. They gave him a 1-year deal, so Saquon Barkley's there.
Well, that's good for them. I didn't necessarily know that. Thank you for the update, because because that's going to make or break the offense in reality. But what's really going to hurt these Giants, okay? If I'm not mistaken, I think they're 31st last year against the run. Listen, if you can't stop the run against most in reality in your schedule are scrubs at the running back position, you're already in trouble defensively. Because guess what? All they're going to do is run on your ass if you can't stop them. So the defense, good. I don't know, Trey, you're standing there pretty good. I thought you were actually, if you weren't blinking, I thought you were frozen. But I mean, there you go. Thank you. Move your arms around. Do the Sonny here. All right. So, so that being said, I mean, I don't know what you think about the defense as far as the Giants are concerned, Trey. But if you're not stopping the run, you're not winning football games.
Well, who's going to run the ball nowadays if you're not signing any high price running backs?
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. If you can't stop the scrubs, how are you going to make yourself available to make the playoffs? And that's where I think the Giants' defensive line needs an upgrade huge. And the problem is they didn't do it in the offseason. And if they did, it wasn't enough for them to be relevant. Maybe you move them up to 25th, then stopping the run. That's not going to get the job done either.
I went to a New York Giants Wire website where I wanted to see what their predictions for the year was for them. They have them at 11-6. I went to Fox
I don't know
Sports.
how they can even do that. I don't even know how they can predict that. I don't even care what teams are playing.
Sonny, because they're from the Giants, okay? That's why. Look, then I go to Fox Sports. They got them 9-8. I think that's more realistic. They are a 9-8, 8-9 team. Because
is that going to do the job? That's going to be the big question. Will it help them make the playoffs? And I don't think it is this year.
I don't think you'll have 3 teams out of the East making the playoffs. But I mean, just looking at their schedule, I mean, you got Dallas, you got Arizona, you got the Niners. That's your first 3. Then you got the Seahawks, the Dolphins, and the Bills. You got the Commanders, the Jets, the Raiders. Where are we at there as far as just those picks?
If they are on all cylinders, outside the Bills, outside of the those big teams coming through there. The mediocre teams, they should at least be in contention with them, or at least close football game, and you're going to be looking at a line of three or less, against the scrub teams that they're playing.
Now, the second half of the schedule shapes out better for them. You got at Dallas, you got the Commanders, you got the Patriots. You go to your bye in week 13. You got the Packers, the Saints, the Eagles, the Rams, and then the Eagles. So
you're right. It fills up pretty good on that second half of them. If they can get some of those wins at the beginning, it might be really good for them.
Their thing is they better dominate the first half of the season, because that second half they can really turn the Jets on if everything's healthy and run the table if they wanted to. My thing is, though, is that they've still got to deal with the division, which is still the Eagles, the Cowboys, and the Washington team. And you're going to get fights out of all three of those games. Whether or not they win or lose, you're going to get fights out of it. You got the Jets still. You got the Packers.
Seahawks, they should be able to beat them.
Yeah, it's the Seahawks. They should beat them. They got the Dolphins. They got the Dolphins on October 8th. So if Tua is healthy, we'll see.
Yeah.
You got the Niners at San Francisco, by the way, in September.
San Francisco's the only other game, yeah.
And you got the
how they look.
What? Depending
on what San Francisco looks at that time when they're playing at the end of the season.
Well, they're playing San Francisco week 3.
So, okay.
So week 2 you got Arizona, and of course you start with the Cowboys. And the way Fox has got this, they lose to Dallas, they beat the Cardinals, they lose to the Niners, lose to the Seahawks, beat Miami. They got them beating Buffalo. I'm sorry, they got them losing to Buffalo, beating the Commanders, losing to the Jets, beating the Raiders, losing to the Cowboys again, beating the Commanders, beating the Patriots, beating the Packers, the Saints. Then they lose to the Eagles, beat the Rams, lose to the Eagles again. And that's what cost them.
Second half run, if they can get off to a quick start out of the gate and see if they don't lose it in the backstretch.
But you know what? That's the third place team right there, though. And I'm sorry, I heard y'all say something about Barkley. I'm not sold on him. I don't care. That guy can't stay out.
What games were you watching where he was in and where you can say that? Because listen, I hate to Saquon Barkley, but he was the savior of that team last year.
Okay, get him on the field. Keeping him healthy is an issue.
Oh, so Cuervo, was he healthy all year long, or am I just thinking wrong? Saquon Barkley played every single game, and he was a threat.
I think towards the end of the year, he wound up getting injured again.
I didn't know that. I don't remember that. So you might be right there, Trey.
Well, here, let's find out. How do you spell his first name?
Listen, just put Barkley running back and you'll get it. Don't ask the hard questions. I mean, I got the do you need help with Barkley?
Right. You don't know that. Don't
no, I mean, I couldn't spell his first name to save his life. So yeah. So how many games did he play last year?
No, let's find
I'll let
out.
you guys do it. I'm tired.
Okay. Wow. Let's see. Your 2022 season.
I thought he played all the games. He had a good season. No, he was hurt.
Yeah.
Now that I think about it, he did get hurt toward the end of the season.
Yeah.
But he played in the playoff game, though, didn't he, Cuervo?
Pretty sure
Okay,
I remember seeing
I think he played in play. And I think that injury came in the fact at the end of the season, they're like, well, let's just go ahead and hold on to Saquon for the playoffs. I think that's what ended up happening.
It doesn't say how many games he played, but it says he hold on a second here. Maybe I'll just look down here. Okay, he didn't play. No, that's something that's different.
Hold on. I think I can find it. All right, so his game tracker. All right, so that being said, he had 18 carries, 164 yards last year. Wait, that's the first game. Last game, he played in all the games. 1,300 yards. Okay, 10 touchdowns, and receiving He didn't have any touchdowns, but he only had 338. They need to pull him out. He played all 18 games. And that's the reason why he wanted the money, probably, because he could show he could be healthy, he could show he'd be productive. And again, without having Barkley on that in that lineup, that kills him. So have a better chance of winning.
Question. Did he get the money?
No, he did not get the money he wanted. He signed the what was it? The franchise tag.
Okay.
Got the 10. I think it's 10 million, 10.1 million.
You know what?
I think
You know what? Then if he wants to get paid, he better stay healthy than this year.
Absolutely. Hey, that's the understatement, because that's what he wants. He wants the next big contract, and he signed that big contract, then got hurt literally 3 games into the season, and we hadn't seen Saquon Barkley before he signed the big contract after the rookie season since last year. He showed up last year. See if he can do it. You're right.
I'm still not so long, but that's just made up.
But you do have them in third place in this division, right?
Yeah, realistically, I'm third.
And Cuervo, you have them in third place as well, or do you have them a little bit higher?
The Giants, it's like I'm like sitting here and I'm like, I want to change my mind now.
That's why I love doing this show blind, because it does. Yeah. I every time you start talking, I almost switch. I almost switched the Jets to last place because just what you said. I love it.
You know what? Trey ain't gonna like this. I think I'm gonna take the Giants to go second.
Okay. I'm glad I did not mark it down for you. I just did those second place.
Hey,
Interestingly enough, honestly, now I want to know.
Honestly, I don't hate that at all, because Cowboys are one major injury away from being a third or fourth place team. So
where's that injury coming from? Just really quick, where's that injury coming, or just any of them?
Quarterback.
Okay, so it's all or nothing on Dak Prescott in as far as where you are. Interestingly enough, so that being said, now we go by mine. My level. So we have Washington last, New York Giants. That leaves 2 teams that are sitting right there. So the question is, I know on the bated breath is, who do you think is going to end up second in this division, Sonny? You got the Cowboys, you got the Eagles, and I'm going to tell you, I hate watching clips of guys who know sports, because they'll say something, it clicks in my brain, then I can't get it out. And that's what happened. The reason why I got this team in third place. I'm telling you right now, there's one thing that stops me from having the Eagles win this division. Just one thing. And this is because when you go back and watch teams, wrong one, pick that. When you go back and watch teams that won their division and did what they did, especially within this division, okay, injuries are everything. And those injuries come to vital places after they've done such a great job making it to the Super Bowl. And it's usually the next year. I hate Colin Cowherd because he made a valid point, because when teams get to this position, the one thing that gets them the next season, always gets them, is injuries. And whether or not they'll win the division or make the playoffs was really irrelevant. I think that's where it's going to happen. It's going to happen in the season while they end up second. Will they make it far in the playoffs? I don't know. But injuries are going to be a big part, I think. Because why? Because history has a tendency of repeating itself. And this is what you have to do in order to get back there. And that's usually... Some people say they work too hard to try to get back there, or they overdo everything or overthink something, or whatever the case may be. I'm worried about the Philadelphia Eagles as far as injuries. Where those injuries are going to come from, I don't know. But there'll be the vital positions, and it might stop them from winning the division. Again, I'm not saying they're not going to win or get into the playoffs, but I think injuries are going to be a big part what we'll talk about, because that's what history has written, Cuervo. I mean, I don't know if you've seen that edition of what they were talking about as far as Colin Cowherd and how he went back into history after you do so well and what your next season rolls up. It's every single season for the last 10 years. The team that make it to the Super Bowl, they have to fight through the injury bugs. It'll be interesting to see how they handle that if history has a tendency of repeating itself.
Yeah, it's really weird how that happens where the team that, and it's the team that loses too a lot of times.
Yep.
It's crazy because the team that won it last year, the Rams, were the team that actually got hit the hardest because with Stafford and Cooper Kupp went down and Aaron Donald wasn't the same. Jalen Ramsey, I mean, everything just fell apart for the Rams. But I think there's another reason why with that one. But aside from that, it is true though. It's not even a hangover. I know we like to use the term Super Bowl hangover. I think it's just unfortunate luck for these teams.
Right.
That they get to the Super Bowl, they don't win it, and then it's kind of like, man, when it rains it pours, because not only did you lose an opportunity to get in the Lombardi, but now your follow-on season it just fell apart. It just falls apart, and sometimes injuries do happen. And
yes,
I that may be the case. That might be the case, and that might happen where the Eagles do go through a season where they, Jalen Hurts may miss a game or two. AJ Brown might, tweak an ankle or something. He's out for a couple games, or Son Reddick is out. Whatever the case may be, but I think the only difference it's really going to make is how much they separate themselves from everybody else.
Absolutely.
I think it's going to come down to week 17, week 18, where it
always
Eagles,
does.
And so it ain't going to be a cakewalk like it was last year for the Eagles. They're not going to go 9-0 like they did last year and just be on cruise control. Like it's
dominate.
It's going to be a much tougher season. I think it's going to test them a lot more mentally. The mental endurance is going to have to be a thing for them this year. Can they? They're not going to mow through teams like they did last year. I'll tell you that. They're going to have to come back in some games. They're going to have their mental toughness is definitely going to be tested, because I think what factors into that too is now teams know what the Eagles are about. Now teams know how they got last year, how they got where they were, and coordinators from other teams, coaches are looking for the weaknesses, and they're going to try to exploit them. So now the Eagles have to change up what they do. And I think that's a mistake too that teams make. They think, well, it worked last year, let's do it again this year. Wrong answer, because now teams
contraire, Monfrere. Contraire, do you want to know why also on that? They're taking some of the rules away from Jalen Hurts. Yeah, I mean, you see some of the rules that are in play about the running back running in front of the quarterback. It can't do that. And not being able to push from behind near the goal line. Some of these rules coming in there. Do you think that won't be? You don't think that'll come into play as much? Okay. I don't know. I'm wondering if it will.
Yeah, I know that the Eagles use that a lot, but I mean, I don't think you can say that that's how they got to where they were last year. Like, oh, because all the QB pushes, like, come on, that was such a small factor into what they did last year. It ain't going to be no big deal, I don't think.
Okay. I'm just wondering. I don't know. I mean, you take away what seems to be an obvious advantage for them, and wonder if how that will affect them as they move forward. You could be completely right, Cuervo. You probably are. I hate when I have to say that, but
why was it just an advantage just for the Eagles? Every team can do it.
They can, but they don't. They didn't. Listen, the Eagles utilized those plays a big time in the playoffs last year, probably more so because you didn't see it in the regular season. And I think the fact that it's almost like the Belichick finding a rule, exploiting it to help them win a football game, and those usually happened in the playoffs. I mean, we've seen that. We've seen Belichick, exploit a rule to help them win a football game, which makes him probably the genius that he is. But I'm not saying what's going on in Philadelphia and their coaching and the play calling that's happening is genius. But listen, you take away one part of it, I don't know how that affects him, especially with the type of guy that Jalen Hurts is. So maybe it doesn't affect them, but there's always that one play you're going to pull out of the playbook because it's not there anymore because you can't do it. So it's really interesting. I don't know if that'll affect them or not, but makes me wonder if it will or not.
There will be a loophole that teams use. I'll just say that.
Okay.
Teams will figure out a loophole and they'll use it.
Got it.
It's really not that big of a deal.
And listen, Trey Mack, being a Dallas Cowboy fan, hates this football team that we're talking about as far as the Philadelphia Eagles are concerned. What are your concern for at least your Dallas Cowboys going in head-to-head against that football team?
I don't like their chance. I don't like Dallas's chances against Philly. But having said that, I know you said that a lot in the show. But, but after hearing what you guys said about the Eagles, I'm changing my pick from first to second for the Eagles, which would only take one of the teams to the first. I know I'm a Cowboys fan, but I didn't come into this thing thinking they're going to be first in the East. But it'll have to be a dogfight at the very end, like one game standing out from the rest. But I can see the Cowboys win the East with never beating the Eagles this year.
So going 0-2 against the Eagles and still winning the division.
Yeah, but you
wow,
still the Commanders.
That's a big statement.
But that also means that doesn't mean you're going to win the playoffs. See, here's the thing. This year, okay, McCarthy's calling his plays. Doesn't have the backup of whoever's offensive coordinator is. So they've taken the excuses away from McCarthy.
Right, because they want to fire him.
Right. This is all or nothing, because if he's gone, Dan Quinn comes in, he's the head coach. So
yep.
So you can kiss the Rooney Rule goodbye.
Great luxury to have, right?
Right. So I mean he's waiting. If he wants it, that is if he wants it. He might just be happy being what he's doing, because not every coach wants to be a head coach. Some are just happy and content with whatever. Dan Quinn's had that headache before. Does he want it again? That's the other question. So.
Well, he's had the opportunities. There have been many teams that called him to be the head coach of their football team, and he turned it down. So the question is, did he turn it down with the expectation to be the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, or did he turn it down because he just didn't want to be the head coach?
I think he loves our defense so much. He likes the potential in it. Because let's face it, I know none of y'all are fans of him, but you look at the Dallas defense, that's pretty scary. They got weapons on the corners. They got a weapon in Micah. They got. I mean, they've stacked that defense up pretty well. Okay, well, great. He got money. Good for him. But
yeah. Listen. Listen. There's the stud of your football team right there.
Yeah, he is. You know what though? Unlike Andy Dalton, he should say that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, there's a difference between Andy Dalton and him.
Right.
He's a stud and Dalton isn't.
but here's the thing. He's out there making shit happen.
Yes.
And as long as he has that, and he's got backup this year, he's got people around him that are going to make him better. And even he's getting better at his position. It's going to come down to offense.
Right.
Do you trust Pollard as your starter? Do you trust Dak Prescott enough to throw X amount of interceptions? Do you trust? I mean, the addition of Brandon Cooks to CeeDee Lamb, will that make him better? Because you've gotten rid of your tight end, so you got rid of your second option.
That was a real good. I think that was a bigger loss than people are going to talk about.
But here's the thing: he played last year, and he played like shit.
I understand that, but they also had to prepare for him regardless. If he paid like shit, you still had to prepare for him.
But once you knocked him out of the game, it didn't really matter.
That's true. It's a good point.
The Amari Cooper getting rid of him thing, I was fine with it then because he only shows up half through the season anyway. I mean, there are games he took off, and he took off games that mattered for me. So is Dak going to be comfortable in an offense that is no longer under a Jason Garrett / whoever the other coach was? Is he going to be happy?
Well, it's Mike McCarthy now. He's calling the shots.
Yeah. But here's the thing though. How quickly is that leash going to be on him to get shit done? Because you start the Cowboys schedule, it ain't pretty to start with.
I haven't seen the schedule, but he's in danger of losing his job fairly quickly if he's not successful, because Jerry Jones knows how to pull the hook.
But Jerry doesn't like to pull the hook during the season. He's done that once, and he hates doing that. And I think I agree with you. I agree with you, but I'm telling you right now, I think Jerry Jones is itching for a reason to get rid of this dude. Oh, I'm sure.
And Mike McCarthy has been known to trip on his dick all the time. Okay, say whatever you want about him. He has got the Super Bowl ring, so that he's got that going, and I think that's probably the only reason why he has the job today.
Here's the thing: they start off with the Giants and the Jets. People are already booking the Jets game as a loss because Aaron Rodgers. Okay, but do the Cowboys go up to New York and beat the Jets? I mean, that's a tough one. I mean, even
the Jets or the Giants?
I mean, the Giants. Sorry. I mean, you guys talk about how tough the Giants can be, and that's a tough out as well. Then they go play a preferably Kyler Murray-less Cardinal team.
Should be able to get that one.
Then the Patriots come to Dallas.
Should be able to get that one.
Then we got to go to San Francisco.
Then
we stay out there and play the Chargers.
That's a flip too.
Then we come. Well, you remember the Cowboys beat the Chargers last year. So
I'm just saying it's a flip. I'm not saying they're going to lose.
Then they come home and play the Rams. I'm not.
Who they play?
The Rams.
Depends on who's that quarterback.
Right. It's a 12 o'clock game too, and I think the 12 o'clock games really matter because the Cowboys don't seem to play very well at 12 o'clock.
That's true. That's a valid point.
Cowboys go to the Eagles after that. Then the Giants come to Dallas. Then we go to Carolina. We get to see the Bryce Young experience, if he's even functioning at that point. And once again, man, that's 12.
The more you're keeping talking about it, I'm feeling pretty good about my pick at them winning this division.
All right. Then the Commanders come to Cowboys. Then we go to then the Seahawks come here. Then the Eagles come here. So we got 3 straight home games.
Right. Then
we go to the Bills. Then we go to the Dolphins, who may or may not have 2 at that point.
Flip on that one.
Then the Lions come here. Well, what are the Lions going to look like on December 30th?
Well, yep. Will the hype still be there?
Yeah, and then, of course, we finish the year against the Commanders in Washington.
Yep. Hey, the more I'm thinking about, the more I'm feeling better about the Dallas Cowboys winning this division, where I got them. We're talking about Philadelphia in second, which it still puts them in the playoffs.
But here's the thing. I see the same problem we see with the Cowboys every year. They lose to the teams they can't beat. But they beat the teams they're supposed to beat.
But that's what gets you to the playoffs.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll get you to the playoffs, but then you play a team that you got to beat, and you can't. And then guess what happens? You lose your head coach, and then Dan Quinn. And whether it's the Niners or whoever's going to win the other divisions out there, it's going to be one and done if it comes down to that. The Cowboys need
and that's not going to be enough for them to keep McCarthy at the head coaching position.
For McCarthy to stay here, I think he has to get them to the NFC Championship game, which the Cowboys have not been to since 1995. So
it'll depend on how they lose that game, not getting them there. I think.
Right. I mean, if they win the divisional game and get to the championship game, if it's at home, if the game happens to be at home and they lose, McCarthy might be safe. If they have to go out of town and they lose, however they lose, I can see McCarthy out the door.
Wow, I'd see flipped on the other one. But it also depends on how that game's lost.
But here's the thing. Jerry Jones is on borrowed time right now. He ain't going to live forever. He wants one more before he kicks the bucket. So, I mean, there's a little bit of ego there, and let's just face it, when it comes to the NFL and egos, who's the biggest one of all? Your Hall of Famer owner, Jerry Jones.
Well, he gets T-bones, and he walked out of the accident, literally steps out of his car after getting T-boned on his side. So the old bird's got some moxie, that's for sure.
Listen, he's got that Arkansas, strength there.
Good point.
So, look, I agree with you on the Eagles. Eagles might struggle this year because of league. Because it's like with Dak Prescott, right? When he first came into the league, there was no film on Dak Prescott minus his college films. So no one knew what to prepare for, and that's why he went on the impressive gaming streak that he went on.
Absolutely.
But then once the league caught up to him, now what? Now he's still
years later.
He's still a decent quarterback. Don't get me wrong. He's still a decent quarterback. Is he the quarterback of the Cowboys?
Yes.
I mean, look, find me somebody better. That's
exactly. Cuervo, how many times have we said that about quarterbacks in the NFL over the years that we've done this show? That's a common line. Who else are you going to get? And listen, Dallas can ill afford going into a season with a rookie quarterback based upon what Trey said about Jerry Jones wanting to win one more. And that's going to be the biggest question in this season as far as where they'll be successful against the Eagles.
Listen. You think if Jerry Jones can pull the trigger right now, bringing Tom Brady to quarterback the Cowboys, think he wouldn't do it?
I don't think if it was Tom Brady, I don't think he would, because he's old people now, and Tom Brady is not going to take this football team to a Super Bowl. Sorry,
but here's the thing: this is what Jerry would look at. I got the Cowboys, the biggest brand in the league. I got Tom Brady, the biggest quarterback name in the league. He's won championships that I haven't won in the last 20 years. What if Tom Brady finished his career? I'm not saying this will happen, folks, okay? So for those who are watching, I know this is not going to happen. What if Tom Brady came play for the Dallas Cowboys inside AT&T Stadium? He beat us here once. I was there for that one. And so, I mean, I'm just saying if there was a better option out there, he would take it. The problem is there's no better options out there right now.
I agree.
And that's why Dak Prescott stays where he's at. Look, I'm a big Tony Romo fan, quarterback when he was quarterbacking the Cowboys, and yes, he didn't win. And
Why?
I liked his moxie as a quarterback. Now, granted, he didn't win.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I was just asking why.
Look at my wall. I got Danny White. Okay, I'm a huge Danny White fan. All right. And he won to 3 NFC Championship games and lost all 3 of them. So, clearly I don't pick winners. But I mean, I could have put Troy up there and also, hey, you're a Troy fan, whatever. But now look, Romo was impressive as a quarterback because he led the team, but he couldn't get past that hurdle. Dak's where Romo's at right now. He's got the numbers. He's got the talent around. See, I think Dak's got more talent around him than Romo ever had.
I think I agree with you.
Okay, because in Romo's time as a quarterback, his starting running back was Marion Barber.
Yeah, well, they overpaid for him. Remember, they got that big year and then overpaid for him. Then he disappeared.
And then you had that one guy that got hurt most of the time. So, I mean, he hasn't really had a solid running game to balance that arm of his, which he would throw 400 freaking yards for.
Yeah.
And, you can throw 400 yards. I mean, once again, Tony Romo was a great fantasy quarterback. If you had him on your fantasy team, you were doing great because he would light it up. Now, the interceptions would kill you, but the 400 yards and the 5 touchdown passes he'd have would be great. The 3 or 4 interceptions would be your biggest downfall. But, that's why, until you find me somebody better, I don't want to hear this talk about he's not our guy.
I agree. I fully agree.
Mm-hmm. And this is going to be the year for him. This is the make or break year for not just Mike McCarthy, but for Dak Prescott.
I fully agree.
Because
I think this is the year that Dak actually shows that he can lead the team. Now, that also comes, I don't know, Cuervo, the relationship between Dak Prescott and Mike McCarthy, I don't know where that lies in reality, if it's good, bad, or indifferent. I just know what I think about Mike McCarthy being a cancer That being said, I think the expectation Dak puts on himself, I think, is going to be the difference this year, more so than his relationship with his coach. But I mean, between second and first, when you're looking at the Eagles and the Dallas Cowboys, who do you got? And I don't know, is he frozen there, Cuervo? Move your head, Cuervo. There he goes. So who do you got? I mean, looking at the NFC East, who do you got? First and second, it's the Cowboys, it's the Eagles. Where you got it rolling?
No, for me, I mean, I like Dallas going third, and then the Eagles are going to win the division. Giants second, and then the Commanders in last. And look, and it's not because I like the Giants or I'm believing in the Daniel Jones hype. I think I'm just down on Dallas, because the thing is, like, no Zeke Elliott, Tony Pollard's out, so there's no running game. It's going to be all on Dak.
Still might get signed though, so I mean Zeke's still out there, and he ain't looking to sign a whole lot of places right now.
Yeah, I know that the Patriots kind of looked into it, but I haven't heard anything else about that. But
it's the whole thing. Kick the tires, see what's still there. I mean, there wasn't a whole lot there last year, and that's why the Cowboys just said no. We're not going to do that last year. And
I think that was a good move. You can't hope that this guy's just going to magically turn himself back around to the Zeke Elliott that you had when you first drafted him. It's just not going to happen. So
wait! Did I hear? So what's wrong with Tony Pollard? Last I heard in training camp, he's been ripping it. So did I miss something? Did he get hurt or something?
Is he going to play? Is he going to play all the downs? I mean, you can still bring in Zeke as a third down back.
Well, there's no question about that. I mean, we talked about it for the last 2 years, right, Cuervo? Get Pollard in between the 20s and bring Zeke in the red zone. That's where you need him, or within the 10-yard line. So use him between the 10s, Pollard, right, and then let Zeke finish it off so he can do his feed me more stuff.
But the main thing, but it worked. Main thing is you gotta get Zeke in at a price you can afford. That's the problem running into.
Here's the thing. Zeke Elliott will probably sign whoever gives them the most money, and he doesn't have to sign right now because guess what? Jerry Jones can care less about training camp, but if there's a running back in the NFL that needs training camp right now is Zeke Elliott, if he's going to play or be a main portion of that team moving forward. So, I mean, Cuervo, how many years have we been talking, the last 3 years, about Zeke Elliott being maybe 70% of where he really should be or what he signed for? In reality, what's the difference now? You're just going to pay him a lot less, so bring him back. I think it would be a good move. I mean, it's not one that would hurt the football team if they could get him at the right price. And I don't think Zeke even cares about the money anymore at this point. But if he rips it off this year, he'll want it, I think. But getting them on him now, bringing them back, geez, I mean, I don't think it would hurt him per se.
Okay, let me ask you a question. At what price per year would you bring him back?
Well, I don't know. See, that's a part of what he would sign for. I don't know what you would offer enough for him to be out there.
What would you, the owner of the Dallas Cowboys, Sonny Clark, what would you think his price would be for, say, a 2-year deal? That second year is an option year.
First of all, they're not going to sign him for a 2-year deal because they don't think he can make it for 2 years. If they sign him right now, a 1-year deal, the most they should pay him is $4 million, maybe $4.5 max. Right. Because you're talking about the superstars getting pissed they're only getting 10. He can't even carry those guys as jock now.
First of all, you do it for the numbers, okay? You sign a 2-year deal, $28 million. Let's say the first year you get $6 million. And then the second year still of incentives, but we can also option that off, or you attach.
I think they'd be insane. To it. Or you attach $4.5 million is about the most you pay for Zeke Elliott, the way he's playing. Now, if he was ripping the meat from Cuervo, if he was ripping the meat from the bones, you'd give him $6 million, right?
Yeah, maybe 7. I would even say
maybe.
7.
But right now he's not. I mean, he proves that he can't. He can't even prove that he can make it through a full season if it wasn't for Terry Pollard out there doing his work. Let's be honest, right?
Or Tony Pollard, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't hear about Tony Pollard not being on, so that surprised me. I thought I just heard he's having a killer
He's
training
still
camp.
recovering from that injury.
Okay.
He blew his knee out at the end of the year last year. So
I remember that, but I also remember him. But then again, everybody's going to give you a positive thing through training camp. Oh, he's looking great. He's going to be perfect. And then week 1, he's not on the freaking roster. So I get what you're saying there too. So makes sense.
But here's the thing. I mean, you got one of your running backs who failed your substance abuse thing. So he's on a 3 to 4 game suspension right now.
Who's that?
And, I can't remember what his name is right now, but it was just
anyway. There's another guy that they're kind of leaning on, not Pollard, to try to get in there, and he's not available.
Yeah, so
that might even help Zeke in reality to get more money. I don't know. I mean, Cuervo, if you have a guy you've got a guy like Zeke, okay, and obviously you got Pollard. Will he be back week 1, week 2? Don't matter. But the other guy that you kind of wanted to depend on is out because of drugs and stuff. I mean, does that give Zeke Elliott more value to the Cowboys? Obviously, it won't be for any other team because they're not going to pay him that much. But for the Cowboys, maybe if you're Jerry Jones, you just dig a little deeper and give him a couple more million to see if you can get in and shoot him the $6 million.
Hey, just real quickly, there are 3 teams that are interested in Zeke. Can you name the 3 teams?
Jets.
Yeah.
Patriots.
Patriots was the other one.
Right.
I don't know who the third would be.
Maybe the Cowboys.
Besides the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Is there 3 besides the Cowboys that were interested?
No, just those 3.
Okay. Yeah, he'll be a Cowboy. But here's the thing.
No,
I don't think the coach over in New England is going to put up with him. I mean,
Maybe not, but what about the Jets?
Well,
You think putting
Aaron
Zeke in the
Rodgers.
backfield with Aaron Rodgers wouldn't satisfy Aaron Rodgers?
I don't know. What do you think, Cuervo?
Well, I think it all depends on
I mean,
Brees Hall's health. If he's back, I don't think the Jets are interested. But
Well, that's a good point. That guy came along in the end of the season last year, didn't he, Cuervo? He played well.
Well, yeah, and he was on pace to be being talked about for offensive rookie of the year, and then he won. So, where is he at? Is Zeke a guy that can fill in until Brees Hall comes back? Then there's potential there for him to be a Jet, and then he becomes the backup afterwards. But that's if the Jets even want to take that risk. If Zeke is willing to do a 1-year deal, kind of like what Trey was getting kind of alluding to, is he a guy that's willing to do a 1-year deal and kind of face the reality that he's not the same guy that he used to be?
I mean, last year he was 231 carries, 876 in yards. He had 12 touchdowns though. Those 12 touchdowns, you can't take that away from him. Now, he averaged 3.8 yards a carry, but he was getting short yardage touchdowns.
Right. I remember that.
That still puts points on the board, and that's what you're looking for in your team. He's got a lot of miles on him. For sure he has a mile on him. I know that. But he's got over 8,000 yards rushing. I mean, he can still be a threat as a receiver and a pass-happy offense that I'm sure Aaron Rodgers would like to have. I think he would like to have a pass-catching running back in Zeke Elliott, who, by the way, has over 2,000 yards in receiving.
So where does that put you? I mean, Cuervo, Philly, Giants, Dallas. Interesting. I love to watch this and later on see how that works out. Trey, who are you going to go? You got Giants in Philly or Giants in Washington. Who are you going to go? Dallas? Or are you going to go ahead
Dallas and Philly? Although I feel like a homer saying that, but I'm really not being one.
That's because you listen to us too much.
No,
all right,
because your favorite Colin Cowherd changed my mind.
Well, when he said that, I normally don't like listening to him, but what he said made too much sense. the way you couldn't ignore it, which pisses me off. So now Obi has Philly as well as the Cowboys, Giants, and the Washington Commanders on the NFC. In the East, he's got the Jets, or Bills, Jets, Finns, and Patriots. He calls them the Patriots. Well, but go ahead.
I have one more thing. Just another kind of small point I want to make on why I got Dallas third. And I want to ask Trey this. It's not because I want to take a shot at the Dallas Cowboys, but I legit want to know. I'm curious to know what's up with Zach Martin.
He don't want to go to training camp. That's all it is. He don't want to put in the grind for that because here's the thing, and Sonny said this earlier. Training camp is an over glorified practice. Okay, that's all it is. Zach Martin will be ready to roll week 1. See when the season counts. When the games count, he'll be there. To not be there in practice when people are still getting carried off the field during practice, why put yourself at risk when you put in that much time and effort beforehand?
Especially Martin. Especially Martin.
And the thing is, I think right now the team wants to say something about it, but the owner knows, because this is the same exact shit that Zeke did to him to not want to go to training camp. The problem is Zeke got more money out of it, but I don't think, because you have to look at an offensive lineman the same way you do as a running back now. You are beat up halfway through the year. So what am I paying for down the road that you can't do right now? And Zach Martin, I mean, he's a great center. He is a great offensive lineman. He can do great things, but he has to stay healthy. And to put him out there and during this time of year when it doesn't matter, I mean, no one's competing for his job. They're competing to back him up.
Right.
So his job is safe, and he knows that. And by the way, he sits out next year. He goes to the trade. He goes to talk about a contract signing. He's got to he's got to be willing to sit there and go, look, I don't want to get fined $250,000 every day for sitting at home. So everybody's got a price when it comes to that. And maybe after a while, he'll get it back. Don't think he won't get it back. I mean, and he'll get that back with an extension because Gerald's giving him an extension for that.
Well, that's the point, though. That's the point. Will he make Zach Martin happy? That's going to be the big question on where he sees his talent, because if you look for the last 3 years, he hasn't been there because of those injuries. And I'm telling you, that's the reason why Jared's questioning and why he's not paying him right now. Because of injuries, because of the past, what you said. Zeke Elliott. Take a look at Zeke.
But also, you got to look at it this way. Jerry's got to look at that bank account and go, I got to re-sign Micah Parsons. I got to re-sign key members who are going to be in talks here in a few years. I got to look at Dak. Where's Dak going to be at that point?
This one right here is going to hurt this football franchise. I'm telling you right now. Okay, this contract alone. So I don't know what the guarantee on this as far as what he signed for, but this contract right here is what's going to kill the Dallas Cowboys as far as getting other people on this roster and making them happy. Cuervo, you can say whatever you want. If you got a guy like a Zach Martin who is not happy, how's that going to affect your football team, especially if he is the freaking wouldn't you call him the anchor of the offensive line and he's not a happy anchor? I mean, that kind of sucks.
I wouldn't think he's not happy though.
Well,
if you don't get the money he wants.
So what it sounds like to me is that Trey you don't believe that this is a holdout. This is just he don't feel like going to training camp.
Right. It's in the frame of a holdout because he's not there. But
right.
clearly this is protection for him, and he knows it. And the thing is, and here's the thing, so does Jerry. Jerry's not stupid when it comes to this. Oh, by the way, real quickly, see, he says he signed a 5-year extension for $97 million with a maximum value of $104 million.
So that number is the guaranteed number then. Holy crap.
But I'm pretty sure within the I think I heard about this earlier. This is really a 2-year deal. Those years 3, 4, and 5 are option years. So,
All right. So are you
saying
I
2-year
deal?
I think they're more based on incentives. So, I'm
$50 million for 2 years. That's some big bucks. $50 million.
People are paying a lot more, and once again, stat wise, where's he at? He's pretty much up there with stats. So I mean, he's got.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Cuervo, we talked about this before. I think he's a mirage. I think Tyron Diggs is a mirage. The numbers are just really clouding his real part. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I just don't like the guy. I don't necessarily dislike the guy, but what I see as far as the numbers compared to what I think I've seen out on the football field.
You don't like athletes that make a shitload of money because you brought the whole thing with the ball from basketball. Okay, I mean, look, it's hard for us to sit here and look at the value of a player when we're not making that kind of money. I get that, but this is what the owner is willing to pay. You know, I hate the argument, like, because that's the same argument about Dak Prescott. Is he worth that kind of money? Well, no one's really worth that kind of money. That's what the owner is willing to pay. And the owner had to shape that in confines of how it's going to help the team financially down the road. Because he ran into the same problem he had back in the 90s. So I think we need to quit worrying about if he's worth that much.
Oh, no. That's the cornerstone. Wait a second. That's the cornerstone of this show. In reality, I mean, listen, 2 years ago, this guy was magnificent. How many interceptions? Wonderful. But I'm telling you right now, this is going to be the contract. And whether or not he's worth it, we'll argue the debate.
Okay.
But what it will be the end result with this, I think, and this is my humble opinion, I don't think that this is the right signing for that amount of money based upon what we have seen. Now, because Cuervo, how many times have we said watch the damn game and you see the interceptions and you see the stats, but you also understand the other stat that is out there. This guy's been burned for the last 2 years out on the football field, and they're lucky it just hasn't cost them as much as it should have cost them. And sooner or later, Cuervo, don't you think that kind of thing will catch up to him?
Potentially, depending on the schedule and who he's got to cover and all that stuff. So it could either hurt Dallas or it could really help them out a lot. Yeah, I want to hear what Trey's got to say real quick, and then I'll chime in on my thoughts.
Go ahead, Trey.
Look, this is my theory. He is 2 years in the league right now, maybe 3.
Tyron Diggs, I think, is 2 years. His rookie year was fantastic.
Okay. He's still very coachable. Okay, he's not Deion Sanders coming onto the Cowboy team, getting a big ass contract, knowing that we're going to get Deion Sanders. Okay, he is a very coachable human being who is trying to get better at his position. He's putting up numbers. Yes, he is putting up numbers for takeaways, for interceptions, for all that stuff, which is what we didn't have years before. Remember, we were 3 or 4 years ago, we couldn't buy a turnover at all. Getting one was few and far between. So now you got a guy who is a ball hog. You want that on your team. And then on the other side, you got Gilmore coming over there, do the same thing on that end. So now you shut off both ends of the field. So what value do you think it's worth for Jerry Jones to come in to say, look, I want to keep players out of the end zone from the other team. What do I have to do? He might get burned, yeah. I mean, it's the NFL, everybody gets burned. Even Deion Sanders got burned by a white guy from the Saints, okay? I mean, when he ended up having drop foot, his game went to hell. So, look, it happens. Hell, Darryl Green was one of the fastest human beings in the NFL. He got burned. How do you get burned when you're the fastest guy in the NFL? But hell, even Michael Irvin outran him. Michael Irvin's slow. So you have to look at it like this. The value of him being out there is not based on the actual number. It's based on what he's going to produce on the field. And that's going to be important. I think it's a good move to get it done now. Get it done now. Get it over with, because you got 2 or 3 years to play with it right now.
Okay.
And then we can revisit it to year 3, year 4, however you want to do it. By then, maybe he's lost a step. Maybe he's gotten better. Maybe his value's gone up from there. And now the $97 million for 5 years isn't that bad of a deal. Money's going to change the NFL constantly. Okay, so I mean, and it's only going higher. That salary cap is only going higher every year.
Right.
So the value of your player you're going to bring in there, your quarterback, you are now paying quarterbacks $200 million. Imagine that. You know how much Troy Aikman signed for back in the day? 50.
Well,
for 10 years.
But
for 10 years.
Yeah.
Money goes up. Okay, it's the nature of the beast. So this might be a drop in the bucket in 5 years. As weird as that sounds to a guy who makes $18.77 an hour, that might be a drop in the bucket for anybody who down the road. This might be a bargain basement deal for all we know. And if he comes out there and if he is letting everybody get away from and whatever, guess what? He's at that point you think about trading him. Say, well, look. Maybe he needs a different atmosphere. Maybe he's a different team. That happens to a lot of players. Mm-hmm. And you don't think people are going to line up and go, "Well, fuck, I need a cornerback." Maybe he does need it. Maybe new scenery will help him out. And maybe $97 million that can be renegotiated once we get him.
Cuervo.
Okay, so let's see. First of all, Trayvon Diggs, right? So this deal that he got,
right?
I think it was good intentions by the Dallas Cowboys. And I say that because when it comes to a position like a corner, you want to open up the checkbook, okay? Because that is something that you need. You need a shutdown corner. You need a guy that you could say, hey, you know what? We can stick him on that team's number 1 receiver. For the Dallas Cowboys, that's Trayvon Diggs. Okay? So I think Dallas did the right thing by locking him in and solidifying that position. Now, that being said,
of course, that's the name of the show. Catch it at 9 to noon during football season.
I'm not drinking now.
That being said, I've heard Trey make this argument before, and I can tell he's not a big fan of talking about guys and their value and stuff like that. I think when at least I can speak for Sonny and I can't speak for ESPN dudes or Colin Cowherd or any other of these other guys. I don't think it's necessarily what we think certain guys are worth. It's the market value of these guys' position. So
yes,
we see it as time goes on, the value of the quarterback up. Whether the guy's actually worth it or not, that's not for us to decide. We just go based on what the actual market value is, not necessarily, well, I think Justin Herbert sucks. Yeah, we may say that. It's just our opinion, but that's we base our opinion based off of the market value. Do I think Justin Herbert is the best quarterback in the NFL? No, but he's the highest paid right now. Do I think that Christian McCaffrey is the best running back in the NFL right now? Not necessarily, but he's the highest paid. It's just it's based on the market value and the timing of these guys getting paid. That's that, and at that point we're kind of like, oh man, is he the best guy? Okay.
Well, if you come out, I'm throwing a couple of things real quick. Look at how many jerseys he sells. He's one of the players they actually advertise his jersey in the pro shop area, right? He has a big fan base, with him, and those fans love that guy because once again, on that Hard Knock show, he put his kid on there, right? And there's that in the NFL. I mean, Jerry, who's a master of marketing, looks at that and goes, "There's a guy who can." What's up, David? There's a guy who can really get the Cowboys name out there. If he was with another team, do you think any other team would offer him the same thing? I mean, any team. There's 31 other options. Do you think any other team, if he went to that team's owner and says, hey, can we think about restructuring my contract and get me an extension? Don't you think that any owners who look at his talent right now and go, yeah, we can do that? And then at that point, is it just a Cowboy argument, or is it a player argument, or is it a league argument? Like you said, the price of the positions are going up or down. Running backs are now a dime a dozen because you're not going to pay anything for them, okay? Unless you're Christian McCaffrey. But that's one player. That guy's an anomaly. So, you know, you're looking at a player like Trayvon Diggs. Here's a guy. He's been in the league for a couple of years. He's done some things that have been very impressive. He's made his play on the field has people talking about the Dallas Cowboys, and they're talking about the Dallas Cowboys that they weren't talking about them 4 or 5 years ago. That's
valid.
That's something to Jerry. Okay, if we're gonna put it in one man's hand, that's something to Jerry. As a Cowboys fan, we can look at that and go, okay, great. Are we going to be okay to sign Micah Parsons down the road?
That's the big one.
Jerry's put it. That's why he looks at Zach Martin and goes, I'm not going to do a contract extension with you right now because now's not the time. But if you want to sit out of training camp, by all means do it. Save yourself for the season because we got 17 of these big bastards to go through, and we need you for all of them. So that's where I think posting how much a player makes. See, my issue is it's not our money. It's not. I'm not paying the money for him to get my the 90 something $million from me or whatever. You know, that's somebody else's money. As a fan, I'm like, I'm glad he's here. If that's what it took to keep him here, great. And guess what? If he sucks, I hope Jerry's going to get on there and start willing and dealing and start seeing get some trade value for him and get some draft choices for down the road. I'm hoping he does that because as a fan, that's what I want my owner to be, proactive. If he sat back and let his contract expire, we're sitting here going, why? Jerry, are you that fucking old? Did you not become that senile? Why did you let him go? Why didn't you pay him earlier? And then, of course, you know, then we're all sitting here on this very same show saying, well, why didn't he pay him earlier? When nowadays we're, you know, Sonny's showing a thing. I think that's too expensive for him. Well, for who? Too expensive for you?
Yeah, for the franchise and what they do to handcuff guys or teams because they paid this money to this guy to handcuff the rest of them. I mean, I don't know. Cuervo, go ahead.
How are they handcuffing him? I don't get that.
I'll tell you in a minute. Go ahead, Cuervo.
Yeah, no. So the thing is, like, you'll never, at least not from what I can remember. Sonny and I have never taken it personal if a guy doesn't get paid or whatever, or we're mad that somebody got paid or whatever. We'll debate and we'll give our opinion like, man, I think they overpaid for him based on the value, the market value of that position at that time. But yeah, no, I mean, you're absolutely right. It's not our money, so I can care less. If the owners want to overpay for guys, cool. But part of what we do on this show is we talk about the business side of the game, not just the game itself. Mm-hmm. And so when we get into all
that is fair. My anger comes from this. When Dak Prescott got re-signed to the big-ass contract that he got, Cowboy fans, diehard Cowboy fans, who, by the way, most of them don't like Dak Prescott because he's not our quarterback. I've heard those words. And you can take that any way you want to. And I sit there and go, that's what the team is willing to pay him. That's what he is, the quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys. If you're the quarterback of the Los Angeles Rams, that doesn't hold the same kind of value as being the quarterback of the Cowboys on the name brand. That's where I think the value of the position gets a little out of place because you're talking about not the Dallas Cowboys are a marquee team because they haven't won in 25 years. Clearly, that should be a big thing, but it's not because they're Forbes top 5 franchises of the year, whatever. They're always listed up there, right? So if you're the quarterback, or you're the running back, or you're the defensive back, or whatever you are, that's your value as a player, and the team gives you that value. You think the starting quarterback of the Washington Commanders is really any better than the quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys when it comes to value? It's a name value. That's all I'm saying. It's not about the play. It's about the name. And I think that's where the league and how the media spends it and how we as fans spend it and everybody else, that's where it all gets kind of muddy and everything else. And that's what I don't like about talking about people's salaries because, like I said, it's not my money. I want – if he goes out there and throws 6 interceptions in one game and can't throw a touchdown for 4 games, yeah, I'll sit there and say, man, wasted a lot of money on that. Cowboys did. They got to do something to get rid of him. And as a fan, that's our right to say that. But if he's out there, he's not being paid because he's just going to throw 6 interceptions and he's a Dallas Cowboy quarterback. He's getting paid because he's a quality quarterback and he can put up numbers. He might make a few mistakes, but he can put up numbers. Trayvon Diggs, 2 years, he's been impressive. Has he been great? I mean, has he been the best cornerback out there? No. But he's been impressive. So they're paying him for now what they can get him for, because down the road, 5-6 years from now, his value can either go up, where people are going to pay him $200 million, or it's going to go down, they're going to pay him $15.
I get what you're saying, but I'll tell you what teams like the Baltimore Ravens do, Cleveland Browns. Talk about handcuffing what it does. It takes away for you're spending so much money on this guy, you can't get this guy. A case in point, they end up getting a washed-up Odell Beckham. Now, whether or not he'll show or not, that's really irrelevant. But they could only get an Odell Beckham at a reduced rate. They couldn't get a guy like a Justin Jefferson out there, or T. Diggs, or not Diggs, but Higgins. They can't sign this guy because they got money handcuffed on their football team because they're paying this guy. What was the number? I mean, if you look, that's what it was. The Ravens are paying a quarter of their whole salaries of the team to one player. That's 1/4 of the whole thing, which handcuffs this football team and ends up getting a quality guy that they should have based upon that quarterback's talent in order to make him even better. That's when you start handcuffing. You go, geez, what the hell are we spending that much money on Lamar Jackson when he doesn't have anybody to throw the football to? That's what I mean by handcuffing. You handcuff the whole franchise. And look at it. Aaron Rodgers is another example of that. Okay, Aaron Rodgers is getting paid $52 million. You don't think that's handcuffing the Jets to get them a real wide receiver? It really does, and that's where I'm coming from.
But they finally got a real quarterback, though.
Say again?
But they finally got a real quarterback to throw to not real wide receivers.
What about Lamar Jackson? Is he a real quarterback?
Look, every owner is a gambler. Okay. Every owner is going to gamble. They're going to spend their hard-earned money to do what's best for that team. Okay, and if you can get a solid number 1 quarterback and 3 solid number 2 receivers, that's pretty good. Okay.
But when you can't because you're paying one position, right, such as the quarterback, you handcuffing, you're not getting a quality number 1 or quality number 2. You're getting 3s and 4s.
Yeah, okay, but understand this though. How many teams won a Super Bowl with a number 1 ranked quarterback, number one ranked offensive line, or number 1 ranked defensive line, number 1 ranked defensive backs, number 1 ranked receivers, number 1 ranked they don't. They all comes in 2s and 3s and 4s and 5s and whatever, right? So it's all about will and Dylan. Who's going to take us to the promised land? Who's going to help us get to the promised land? What am I willing to pay for that? What am I not willing to pay for that as an owner? And that's where I don't have a say in that. And that's why I sit and go, look, it's Jerry's money. If it works, great. If it doesn't work, it's nothing we haven't seen before.
And that's what we do on this show.
Yeah.
We'll criticize Jerry for what he's been doing for the last 20, 25 to 30 years, not being able to bring a team because he's paying too much money to this one guy compared to another guy. You and I both know that's happened over 20 years.
Listen, he made a deal with the devil a long time ago. Okay,
this is true. This is true. All right, so Cuervo. Okay, we got our guys. We got our teams. You got Philly Giants. I actually kind of like that more. And I hate when you do this because you're making me second guess my pick at number 2. But more so you got Philly at number 1. So I'm trying to use logic. I'll ask this, especially within this division, how confident are you on the rankings that you got? Are you feeling really good about it, or you got maybe not?
Yeah, so between Dallas and the Giants, I mean, I could flip it and still feel confident about it, but my gut just tells me that it's not that I'm higher on the Giants. I do think that their offense is on the rise, but I just think there's something about the Cowboys. It's because I think they paid too much for Trayvon Diggs.
Yeah,
I'm joking, Trey. But
you're good.
Yeah, I thought that I almost fell out of my chair. I was laughing so hard. or it's because they paid him big time because he was able to stop
too much.
Listen, I cut my wrestling promo last night. I don't have another one in me right now. Okay, I'm good. Let me tell you something, brother. If I have to say
oh, Lord.
Something about the Cowboys, man. I don't know. I don't know if it's just the lack of running game or something. I think the offensive line issue with Zach Martin not being there, that's kind of got me wondering a little bit, but
worrisome.
And then McCarthy too. McCarthy, we'll see how he does. With his coaching skill, but I just think that the Giants offensively are gonna take it to the next level now that Dable's been there for another year, and that I think you're gonna see it be clicking a little bit better. So, but I mean, look, defensively, I think Dallas has a better defense. So that could be what carries the Cowboys this year, with the uncertainty of the offense. But yeah, I don't know. I just think the Giants, with what they got offensively, I believe in that a little bit more than I do Dallas's defense.
Makes sense because they hey, listen, say what you want about the Giants. They always seem to come defensively every year. I don't know why that is. Maybe it's just because it's the makeup of the football team. They always seem to have somewhat of a halfway decent defense. Now, as much as I want to dig on Tyron Diggs, he got that contract for 2 games. And listen, you can say whatever you want, but when you hold Jamar Chase down to 2 receptions and 14 yards and Justin Jefferson to 2 receptions to 19 yards, you're going to get that contract, I think. I mean, you're looking at the top 2 wide receivers in the NFL. He held them. He held those 2 under 40 yards, under 40 yards, and under 2 receptions each game. I mean, so he's definitely, combine them up, that's 4 receptions. And then the 40 yards. So those are big guys that he stops. So you got to give him the credit, and I will. But I think that's where you're seeing where the money is going to. So, and I know where we are.
Well, once again, you're putting money with the defensive back, right? Would you want to put that money with the running back?
Yeah, well, that's another thing. It depends upon what you think the value of that is. And listen, I hope. Listen, I'm no Dallas Cowboy fan. Yeah. I will tell you I'm a Dak Prescott fan without question. And I'm what's the running back's name? His name slipped from my mind. The one that hurt himself last year. What's his name?
What team?
Pollard.
What team?
I love Pollard. Yeah, Cowboys. So I'm a Dak Prescott and a Pollard fan. Outside of that, I'm not a fan of this football team. So, and I got him winning the division, which almost makes me want to puke. And I hate the way he
You don't
sits
like
there
Michael Parsons, Sonny?
You gotta love Michael Parsons.
I like him. I like him. See, but that goes to the fact that I like him so much I hate him. That's one of those things. You know, I think that guy's got the goods. That's why I hate him.
You know, if anything, this is why I love and I hate fantasy football. Because fantasy football has made it to where you're taking a player that you would not normally ever use ever to be on your team. And you're cheering for that player to freaking get you the stats you want. But when they play against your team, you're sitting there going, oh, this is a killer. So
hey, listen, I'm telling you right now, Cuervo, against Jamar Chase, 2 receptions, 14 yards. Against Justin Jefferson, 2 receptions, 19 yards. Those are big time stops right there. And that may or may not be the reason why. But listen, those are 2 quality dudes. Those are 2 playoff contention dudes, and he did put the stop to it. So, you know, I might be criticizing more because I see how many yards he gives up, but it's those big plays is the reason why he's getting paid. It's because of those 2 games, I think, is what you're seeing as far as his value is concerned in reality.
Yeah, and that's the thing. So it's like, you know, it's when guys get paid, it's a performance-based thing, right? It's not because we like the team likes the guy or they don't like the guy. It's performance based. And
yep,
you know, like you just said, Sonny, to hold those 2 guys who, in my opinion, are the 2 best receivers in the game today. Those 2 guys, to hold them for a combined 4 catches and 30 yards or whatever it is.
33.
It's absolutely, I can see why the Dallas Cowboys did the extension as early as they did. Normally, we would say, oh, not that he's not worth it, but
let's see if he can do it again.
Let's see if he could, you know, have another great year like that, and then let's talk extension. But the guy's already shown that he has what it takes.
And they made him happy, or he wouldn't have signed that contract.
Well, it would make anybody happy. Wouldn't you sign that contract?
Dude, you know, like I said, I mean, Romo and Half Hump went down, you know, he said, we better get to Jerry before he changes his mind. You know, that's why, I mean, Tony Romo made some big bucks because Jerry Jones getting drunk one night. So I don't know if that's the case in this one. I think that those are 2 impressive dudes if you stop. But here's the problem. If you just stop those dudes, okay, and the other 15 games that you got to play, you're not doing it, you know, it kind of works out. And I listen, David Burns just put this up. I actually like this. I agree. You know, is he ranked in the top 10 of wide receivers? Oh, hell no, I don't think he is. However, depending on what ends up happening in Dallas, remember, I got Dallas winning this. I don't think they need to, if they lean too much on CeeDee Lamb to be the guy in Dallas, I think that hurts them. I think they're going to have to spread the ball around, and I think Dak Prescott knows that too. So I think it's going to be really interesting. Now, whether or not they can or have the people out there to do it, that's, of course, another question. So, and there's Dave says he's top 5. Is he top 5? CeeDee Lamb?
I'll find out.
I'll put it out to the panel.
Top 10.
I don't think so yet.
Top 10.
I mean,
I would have said number 10 off the top of my head. I would have said CeeDee Lamb is number 10.
Because I can
and that's not really thinking about it.
I would say, yeah, I can name 5 guys without even any effort that I would
Okay,
think.
Let's see, Justin Jefferson,
Jamar Chase,
Devontae Adams,
Jamar
I would
Chase.
think Devontae Adams over CeeDee Lamb. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, Jamar Chase.
Yeah, that's 3.
Yeah,
Amon-Ra
that's 3.
St. Brown, plays for the Lions.
Not I wouldn't put
I'll
no.
take
I
CeeDee
think
Lamb.
he's better than Sam.
No. I'm sorry. This one has a number 8. They got Jamar Chase at number 7. They got Jalen Waddle at number 6. Stephon Diggs number 5.
I saw that one. I almost fell out of my chair. I saw that ranking, and someone was on drugs.
AJ Brown's number 4.
Someone needed to get a drug test.
Tyreek Hill's number 2.
I take those two guys
Tyreek's
over
better.
CD.
So
And I would take I would take Trayvon's brother.
Okay. Cooper
Stephon,
Kupp was number 10.
yes.
CeeDee Lamb was number 9.
I
He was
put him
number
at
9
6.
in this list.
Where do you say, Cuervo?
I would put CeeDee Lamb at number 6 or 7.
Wow, that's too high. I mean, that's high. Wow, CeeDee Lamb number 6. Wow, that's impressive.
Well, but who else? I mean, let's read the rest of the list.
Hold on.
You have the obvious ones, right? So you got the obvious ones: Jefferson, Chase, Devontae Adams, Tyreek Hill is an obvious one for me.
Right.
I agree.
And Stephon Diggs. Those are my 5 that I'm no-brainers. They're not. I wouldn't take CeeDee Lamb over any of those 5, right?
T. Higgins.
Interesting afterwards.
Okay.
No, I'd rather have CeeDee Lamb
here.
than T. Higgins.
I don't.
Okay. This according to Pro Football Focus. All right. Number 1, Devontae Adams. Number 2, Justin Jefferson. Number 3, Tyreek Hill. Number 4, Jamar Chase. Number 5, Stephon Diggs. Number 6, Cooper Kupp. Number 7, AJ Brown. Number 8, Terry McLaurin. Number 9, CeeDee Lamb. He's number 9 in this one too. Number 10, Deebo Samuel. Number 11, Mike Adams. Number 12, DeAndre Hopkins. Number 13, Garrett Wilson from the Jets. Number 14, DK Metcalf.
Wow. No mention of Cooper Kupp in there, you know.
No, he did. He said he was like 5 or 6.
Oh, did he? I missed it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he's number 6.
I'd take CeeDee Lamb over Cooper Kupp.
Okay. DJ Moore
Man,
from the Bears.
hey, Cuervo. Hold, excuse me, Trey. I want to stop. Stop you really quick right there.
Yes, I would.
Let me who was the one that wasn't on the Cooper Kupp bandwagon last year? Who was that?
I wasn't. And you.
Oh, wait. Do you remember the episode where you and one Bryce from Brooklyn just crawled on my ass about him being a top 10 guy, and you crawled on my ass about that, and you said no, and frankly, I thought you all were gonna say he's a Hall of Famer. So you don't remember that? I do. I remember it very well.
I remember our conversation, but it was between Kupp and who? Who were we debating between?
Listen. I didn't think. I said that I didn't think he was as great as he was, great as everybody thought he was. That's what I said.
Debating if he's top 10 or not. Because if we're debating if he's top 10, okay, fine. I'd put him at probably number 10.
Number 10. Okay. All right.
But am I taking him over CeeDee Lamb today? Hell to the no. Give me CeeDee Lamb.
I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I'm glad that
he's a more reliable guy. I mean, I think Cooper Kupp was, and I got lucky because I drafted him in his record-breaking year. So I got real lucky. I had him and Tyreek Hill. So I was really fortunate that season. But
hey, what y'all's thoughts about Deebo Samuel?
Love him.
He's a running back. Wait, no, I'm thinking of somebody else. Sorry, I'm thinking of somebody else.
A lot of people think he is, but he's not.
He's very versatile. He can do running back and receiver.
Yeah.
Which makes he's that utility guy that you don't get in the NFL very often. You don't get a guy that can do it.
He's a bigger, stronger version of Tyreek Hill. Not faster, but bigger and stronger.
Is he better than Jalen Waddle? CeeDee Lamb better? No. Samuel.
On this list, he's not. But on this list, DJ Moore is above Jalen Waddle.
See,
Really?
Jalen Waddle. I think that's a little crazy too. Good, Cuervo, your eyes almost fell out of your head, just like mine. Are you kidding me? Listen, CeeDee Lamb is not better than Waddle all day long, and I don't think he's better than him. Who your Cowboy Bears got? What's his name again?
DJ Moore.
Yeah, I don't think he's better than DJ Moore. That's the greatness of this show. I mean, looking at these guys. I mean, St. Brown for the Detroit Lions, I put him and CeeDee Lamb right there. They've got the potential to be that. And I don't know, Deebo Samuel, I think if I was going to build a team, I think I'd rather have Samuel than CeeDee Lamb. That's just me, but I see the versatility of them. Yeah.
What about Mike Evans?
No.
He's on the downside, I think. That's why I don't think I put him there. I don't even think I put him there, and I like Williams. He's getting on that downside. But then again, I mean, his record-breaking thing that he's doing right now with the 1,000 yards for how many years in a row, that part's amazing. But at the same thing,
for 9 years. Okay,
and I'm just gonna say it. I'm not impressed with 1,000 yards. Whether it's a running back or a wide receiver, I'm just not impressed. I'm impressed at 1250 is number where I go, yeah, that guy's a badass. And now, granted, I know making that statement makes me sound stupid. I'm pretty good at it. I've been doing it for a long time. It's just.
9,000 yards for a career is pretty impressive, sir.
Well, no, I'm not saying it's not impressive. I'm just saying that it doesn't impress me enough to maybe think that Mike Evans is a great big superstar and is a first ballot Hall of Famer. I'm not buying into that.
Okay, question. How about DeAndre Hopkins?
It's not even close. Hopkins is 100 times better than CeeDee Lamb.
Because they got because they got number 11 Mike Evans, number 12 DeAndre Hopkins.
Hopkins is a victim of injury quarterback, is what that deal is. Hopkins is a badass. Now, what David Burns just said, he may be underrated. But I don't listen. I'll ask Cuervo because he's smarter and younger, and he doesn't have a stupid mind like I did. But do you put Mike Evans in the Hall of Fame right now, knowing what you know about Mike Evans? Is he a Hall of Famer? And I will succeed to what you say because
no,
I personally don't think so.
No, but I think we're
he's
getting a little
good.
carried away. I think
God,
we're
he's
carried
good.
away with the conversation about these, ranking these guys. It's not about whether they're Hall of Fame. It's just today, August 6, 2023, who would you take over? Like, would I take DeAndre Hopkins over CeeDee Lamb? Absolutely not.
How about Terry McLaurin from the Washington Commanders?
Give me CeeDee Lamb.
Wow. Okay. I'll respect that. I don't agree with it, but I will respect that.
McLaren's only ranked just one above Lamb, so I mean that's hit and miss right there. So okay, what about AJ? What about AJ Brown from the Eagles?
I take AJ Brown over.
I do too. I'm an AJ guy. I'm over that. Mm-hmm. Okay. It's interesting. I mean, there's some great names to be mentioned. I mean, I don't know.
I mean, look here. I mean, from 25, on down. Keenan Allen from the Chargers.
DK Metcalf?
No.
Wait, Cuervo, Metcalf? CeeDee Lamb, Metcalf.
Oof, that's tough.
That's a quarterback.
I don't know. Because, I mean, I really like DK's, he's got the size and the speed, man, but is he a complete receiver? I think CeeDee Lamb's a little bit more complete than DK Metcalf.
Wow.
I like DK's talent, but I think you can do more with CeeDee Lamb than you can with DK Metcalf.
Well, I think DK is a victim of his quarterback right now because if you take him back when he has Russell Wilson throwing the freaking football, I don't think there's any question, at least in my opinion. And it's very humble. I think DK Metcalf blows CeeDee Lamb out of the water based upon who was throwing the football. Last year, they didn't have anybody. And listen, you want to fall for that BS in Seattle as a great quarterback, you can do it all day long. But when you can't deliver the ball to DK Metcalf, then you gotta question who and where your quarterback is. I'm sorry. You got to get that ball to DK Metcalf, and he didn't. At least I think. I'm going to look. I don't think Metcalf's numbers were what we would accept. DK Metcalf. What's his numbers? Look, Metcalf. Well, he got the 1,000 yards, the 1,048. But again, something I'm not really impressed at. I'm impressed with 1,200. I want the extra 100 yards up on top of it. But I don't know. It will be really interesting. Think about this. Metcalf got 750 yards. And remember, Russell Wilson went down half of the season, and he had 748 yards on, I think, like 8 touchdowns at that time. So you got to look at that number and you go, God, that guy, if he gets the ball to him, it'd be amazing. So I know we are so far over we're an hour over our time. Thank your wife for letting me. She's probably going, hey, you said 3. You said 3 in your line. Well, actually, 1.
No, she when last time I cut the camera off, she's not feeling well today, so she needs some.
So we had the time in the world. Good. So she wasn't pulling your ass going.
I mean, my wife was giving me shit, but she's not here.
Yeah, but she's in a different state.
and poor Trey, he's still getting shit, even in a different state. That's just the
way and my wife knew I'd be on. She goes, wait, this is your premiere, right? I said, yeah, we're going to be on for 3 hours. She goes, no, you're not. She says, you're going to be on for at least 4 hours, maybe 5. And I said, well, that wouldn't be too bad. If we had everybody here, that might have happened.
We're right 4 hours now, so there you go.
Yeah, so we're rolling the 4 hours.
But honestly, a minute and a half don't really count because the intro lasted that long.
I got it. So, well, I'll tell you, listen, plus we hadn't been on for a month. I knew we'd be on for at least 4 hours, depending.
Well, thanks for
even
telling
if
me
it was
that.
me. Yeah, well, listen.
My wife's on one day off, and I had to waste of doing this.
Yeah, is that what it is? Yeah, believe me. Listen, if there was a chance of something else, you wouldn't be here. I've got news for you. But that's just up to Sonny, what I think. Anyway, but, So I love Trey Mack. He makes me laugh. By the way, this is, in case you didn't know Cuervo, this is the guy that I did commentary with wrestling. And this dude had me in stitches each and every time we went out and did this, whether it was in the middle of commentation or when we're doing the commentating or before the game. This guy had me in stitches. I'll go to what we talk about, the things that made me laugh. Now the match made me laugh, and then Trey just added up on top of it. They had a Hear, See, No Evil match. They had 3 matches. One of them they were blindfolded. I was laughing through the whole thing because it was funny. And then Trey doubled up on top of it, making me laugh even harder. So I in that first part of the 3 matches, I didn't even call the match. It was him.
I want to say at one point, I said, Sonny, you sit there and laugh. I got this.
Yeah, that's exactly what he said. It was
we had one match. We had a Christmas tree right by us.
Yes.
The commentating table, and the fight got brought out to the stage where we were at. And I had told one of the guys that pushed me down to the chair, and he totally forgot about it. So he hauled the other guy into the Christmas tree. I started yelling, "Oh my God, Nate killed Christmas!" Whatever, right?
And then I almost fell out of my chair.
Yeah, and then the guy turns to look at me. He doesn't do a damn thing, and he walks around. And then here's Sonny saying, "I want him to deck you," and I'm like, he knew better.
Yeah, I wanted him to deck you. That was funny too. So we did 3 hours, and by the way, that didn't take much effort.
4 hours, sir.
Either. You want to know why I know a show is good is when I don't think it took effort to do it, and that and that's Cuervo. He brings that, and then adding you on top of it just makes it even better. So always a pleasure.
I'm here for the ratings, sir.
Yeah, is that what it is? Cool. So next week, by the way, just initially, next week we're going to do NFC, AFC North. That said, I got a message out to our guy, Tom McManus. and he's going to come on the show, and he's doing Jaguar training camp. And I don't know if he'll be on next week. If he says that he can be on next week, I'll let everybody know. We're going to switch it to AFC and NFC South. Or if it's the week after, we'll just go and based upon, because he said he'll come on the show. He just didn't know when. And really, to be honest, the further, the better in reality, because he needed to be there at the beginning. And so I think, I don't think it'll be next week. It'll be either the week after that or the week after that. So, but as of right now, we'll go AFC, NFC North for next week, pending Tom McManus's situation in time. So that we'll just put it out that way, and then I'll let you know as soon as I know, because he told me he'll let me know when it's ready to roll. So a friend of the show, I got my McManus jersey ready to wear when he's ready to go. Yep, I bought his jersey. Damn right, Superman, super guy of the show. So anyway, so I'm gonna kick everybody out, because even though she's sick, she still needs you. So you get over there, get her the soup, get her what she needs, and tell her I hope she feels better. And thanks for letting you come out to play, even though it took her to be sick in order for it to get done. I appreciate that. So
I'll let her know.
Let her know. Hope she feels better. And Trey, as usual, thanks for joining us. Hey, 4-hour ride. You need a life. You know, Trey, you need life. You're on here doing my show for 4 hours. So, you need life.
Well, then let me go.
Yeah,
Hey,
everybody get out of here. What?
You know what? Here's the thing. And you guys may agree or disagree. When it comes to this time of the year, we have less of a life because it's
absolutely. It's
football
season.
Football
is life.
You know
what? It is funny because when I'm watching Cuervo talk he is looking up when he does it. So it's like he's actually looking at us when he's doing it.
Who is?
Oh, like right now?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, he is sitting in front of a big TV. So I got news for you. That's not the camera. That's a big TV in front of him. I haven't even seen his house, and I know. There you go.
Right now.
The Cubbies. By the way, Bill Cerner was in Chicago the other day. Doing his 30 for 30. He was in Chicago. He did a double header. He did the Minnesota game and then went down to Chicago and caught the Chicago Cubs game. They had an early game in Minnesota. It was noon, and he was able to get to Chicago. I don't know how, but for the evening game, it was amazing. It just cracks me up. So,
yeah. Well, I mean, the flight from Minneapolis to Chicago.
35 minutes, maybe 40 minutes.
Maybe an hour. Yeah, maybe an hour.
Maybe at max. So, yeah, so he made it just fine. I wonder if he took the L to Wrigley. I mean, yeah, does the L go by Wrigley?
The blue line, yeah. The
blue line, yeah. Okay. Yeah, so from the airport. So that's probably exactly how he did it. Because I don't think he could drive to Minnesota to Chicago in 3 hours and get there for the game. So he had to fly that one. So that was, it knocked it out.
Chicago's 3 hours. Green Bay to Chicago is 3 hours. Yeah.
There you go. So crazy. So, well, get your asses on out of here. Go get a life. And tell you what, sincerely, I hope I'm just going to go take a nap. That's just the way I live my life. So, but always a pleasure. Next week, AFC North and AFC North, and we'll be talking about Cuervo's Bears, and I know he's excited about that. I am too. I'm really wondering, and I'm wondering it. I wonder where Cuervo's going to be, and we'll do that. We'll do that next week here on the Couch Potato Sports Show. And that being said, everybody have a great rest of your weekend. Thanks for joining us. We're out of here, everybody. Bye-bye.